forgot to turn that on. There we go.
Yeah.
So, we're going to try running these BLI CNO look cars again. Because I'm just not admitting defeat on these. Alrighty. And this one. Straight, curve, straight, curve. Okay. That's good on that. Alrighty. Looks like we're running good. Forgot about my third light. Alrighty, had to go make a phone call. I would say, honestly, go look at AHM. Model Railroader HQ or eBay. I know Riverossi, which is AHM IAC. I know they did some specialized locos, albeit wrong. They took their Hudson chassis and did a, what was it called, the Lake Valley Rocket? It was a black and red streamlined that should have been a 462. Actually, it was a 462, but they did it on the 464 mech. So it's a little longer than it should have been. But yeah, Lake Valley, that's a pretty common road for the older stuff. Okay, I'm getting an echo. I got to turn those cameras down a little bit. Okay, try that. Better. I don't know, to me, the crazier the steam engine looks, the better it is. I'm still getting a little bit of echo. Okay, testing, testing. Much, much better. The problem is I have multiple cameras turned up. So the voice is being picked up on all of them. It could also be my shitty headphones that I got on that the mic is picking up. Once you start adding more cameras and using their speakers also, you got to really fine tune it. The problem is I have to have them turned up enough to pick up the steam engines, but I have to talk quiet enough that only this main mic that I have in front of me picks it up, which is really hard because I'm a loud talker. How are we doing on smoke? Okay, we got some smoke there. Oh, I can get really loud. I am pretty much whispering to do the streams. For an instance, my go-to, God damn it! Like I said, I gotta whisper. So, oh, I'm out of smoke. Okay. How are we on this one? Always mix your smoke before you use it. Oh, that would be cool. I heard something about that. I didn't know it was Strattsburg. I knew it was a railroad museum. And by the look of it, I knew it wasn't IRM. If it was, I would have drove out there. It's only like 30, 40 minutes away. That's crazy though. Do I want to try this? No, I'm not going to try it today. I need to get a booster so I can run my steam units all together. So when I send the Western Maryland unit back in like a month or so to get the fix done, I'm gonna have them double check my horns because my horn doesn't seem to be working right. I only got one horn when I should have three on button F2. Nothing. It's sitting over here. It's this yellow face. The ducking is removed, so this is mine. I guess they accidentally sent it out before they should have, because they were supposed to keep it until they did the flag fix. So, which is good because when it goes in for the flag fix, I'll have them look at the horn and change the settings on that so it actually works. I was going to run it on line 3, but it doesn't like line 3. Even though it's an 18-inch radius, it doesn't like the 19 5/8 radius yeah. So I think I'm going to have to replace the couplers with long shank. Okay, let's get the good steamer going. Did I get a bubble? I think I did. And this is why you have one of these. It's a baby snot remover from the nose. You squeeze it, you stick it up there, and it sucks the snot out. At least that's what it's intended to do. I use it so I don't have to blow into my trains. You can get them at the dollar store in the baby department. God damn it. Henry's House of Hookers, how may we serve you? What's up? Oh, nothing, you got an email. I'm getting back to my stream. Talk to you bye. I paid $3. It was a set. It was this and then a baby medicine, oh crap. I can't get my drawer open. Is it not in that drawer? Is it in this drawer? I don't know where it is, but it was for like liquid Tylenol for the babies. But well worth it. So many uses. You can dust with it. Obviously, air works better for dusting, but I don't think, like, I've seen people, Matt does it a lot. He'll put his mouth on the smokestack and blow into it. Honestly, I think that could be dangerous, because if you have it filled a little bit too much, you could blow the smoke fluid into the fan housing. Honestly, all you got to do is like a candle blow into it. Well, see, I'm really in tune to smoke fluid now. I've used a couple different stuff. And I started coughing really bad for days after I've used it, the Bachmann smoke fluid. And then when I realized what was in it, which is glycerin, which is antifreeze, and glycerin is the explosives. That's in it too. Glycol. That's what it is. Glycol and glycerin makes up Bachmann smoke fluid. And man, was I just getting sick off of it. Because I run, when I'm running, I don't stream every time I run. But there's times I run all damn day. 12-hour stretches using the smoke, and oh man, it was just messing me up. This stuff, the Mega Steam, nothing. And to get the same smoke as I am with this is stock settings on all my locomotives for the smoke unit. To get the same amount of smoke coming out of these units, I'd have to jack the temperature up like 20 degrees. So I just burn through it like crazy. What's up, Pose? How's it going? Isn't it static? Or are you talking about the 4014? That monstrosity of a locomotive that they have now. See, I look at 4014 and I go, that's not a real engine anymore. It never had smoke shields on it, ever. The Challenger 3985 did at a certain point of its life back in the day. I don't think Big Boys... No, Big Boys did. Some of them did. Honestly, I'm not really into 4014. I've already seen a Big Boy in Wisconsin, Green Bay. Way back in the day when it was outside and I could climb on it and into it and around it and over it, and you could do things like that back then. I like smoke shields on certain engines. The FEFs, I love them on. because they had the actual L shape. I don't like the Challenger ones because they were just a strip. Niagara's nice too. They're not as long as the FEF, but they're in the same shape. That being said, I'm looking at a big boy with smoke shields. Sadly, BLI screwed themselves because they only do coal. Athearn makes a two-tone gray, the overland paint scheme, in the big boy with an oil tender. Oh man, you're just bad news bear when it comes to trains. I don't know why it keeps getting pushed back. You just do it. I mean, like me, I started off with a single oval, and then I added onto that. God, all my boxcars look like crap compared to the Rapidos. What are those old style beds that would fold up into the wall? Were those a Trumbull bed? You need a Trumbull bed, if I'm using that, if it's the correct term. You need one of those beds. No, Murphy bed, that's what it was. You need a Murphy bed. So, come the 9th of this next month, going to Lombard. No, it's the same locomotive. Oil burner is actually better. Especially out in Durango and Silverton area with all the brush. Oil is less tendency to put out sparks and start fires. That coal and wood even more so does. The insurance is through the roof. We actually have, just the next town over in Freeport, we have a Silverton and Stephenson Railway or something like that. They got a 1914 wood burning Heisler, and I was talking to them and they're like, yeah, we're trying to oil burn or oil fire this thing, but we're getting gouged on the insurance, so we never have the money to do it. Plus, coal and wood is expensive to get delivered, whereas oil, everyone does, delivers oil now. It's just the changing of the times. I'd rather have oil. Ugh. I'd rather have oil burners. What you see, you're looking at it wrong. The fuel is still, the fuel doesn't matter. It's still a steam engine. What you should get pissed at is when they take a steam engine and dieselize it, which they have done. I don't know where the locomotives went now, but there used to be, up in Wisconsin, the Kettle Moraine Scenic Railway. And was it a 262? I think so, but they dieselized the thing. There was years ago, maybe 30 years ago, 20 years ago, I don't know, long time ago. I was just a little kid. To give you a time frame, we still had VHS camcorders to do home videos. Their steam engine, they actually dieselized. That's the stuff you should get pissed at. Coal, wood, oil, it's all still a real steam engine. And actually, oil's the cleanest, pollution-wise. I really want to, but I'm scared to. I want to turn both smoke units on. Hey, Andrew. But I did that one. No, did I only? I can't remember if I did 2 or 3 smoke units, but it was too much. I overloaded the system. It's cool here. I ran out to the car with no jacket on for a little bit to go get a pack of smokes. It was okay for that. I wouldn't go outside for a long period without a jacket, though, today. But Pose knows what I'm talking about. It's getting to be haircut time. I can't wait. Look at this shit. I feel like a goddamn troll doll. Stick a pencil up my butt and spin it and my hair will go all crazy like back in the day. I can't wait to cut the, oh my God, I want a haircut so bad. It's 42, oh, no, hold on. Yeah, 42 right now, where I'm at. I mean, we're getting there. 72, 77 on Monday. 72, is that the... No, that's okay. It's getting time though. Actually, it doesn't matter because I got my Rapido ball cap, or my net hat now. I think I might do that next couple days. People can rub my head for good luck and shit. So just to show you how well Walther's responds, I still have not heard back from them on the turntable bridge issue that they sent me. The one that was missing a bunch of pieces. Yeah. So Walther's is getting a fail on their customer service. Not as bad as Scale Trains did, but they're getting a fail. Because it just takes way too long. Well, see, that's the thing. It makes me feel stupid, but I love talking about my mistakes. Because it just makes, like you just said, you learn from it. And again, that's how I got all my rules. By realizing that I needed the rule to do that. So I'm thinking about changing my idea. I think for the 080, the old Walther's 080 that I want, I think I'm just going to get the standard DC ready and then take it to my DCC guy up north and have him do it all upright with a lock sound. Because I don't know anything about the decoders that Model Railroader HQ uses. And being I have lock sound already, I'm going to be getting the lock sound programmer. I might as well do lock sound to justify the cost of that $130 unit. Which really irks me. It's like, why would you come out with a DCC decoder that you can't change? This camera by the station is working so much better than it did on the fish. No, the lock sound, I'll give you lock sound. Lock sound is great. The sounds are great. You can do a lot more with it than even the BLI. Like I could with the programmer, I can reload the sounds on an engine. In fact, there's an update for the day one Amtrak. They have an updated E8 file. Would I do that? Probably not. Because you would get rid of the Rapido stuff that you get with it. I mean, my mistake, I bought the scale trains. Y'all saw what happened there on screen. Or on stream. That, literally on stream, the damn thing ripped itself apart. Within 5 minutes of me running it. I will never buy a scale trains again. Bowser, great locomotive, very few features though. I will never buy another Bowser again because of that. No, the only lights on it is the headlight. No number board, no class light, no cab light, no cab interior. For the price it's charged, it's not worth it. They're like a $350 locomotive. I didn't pay that at all. I bought that on super sale from Lombard for 123 bucks. And that's the only reason I still like it, is because I only paid the 123 bucks. But damn you, Rapido. I got my eye on another loco. And it's for nostalgic sake only. So my first locomotive I ever got was a Bachmann in 1984. Back in the 84, they didn't do specific engine type stuff. They took an engine and just slapped numbers on it. So my original Santa Fe, I don't know what it would be called. It's the same as the C30-7, the Conrail, but it's only a two-wheel truck instead of a three-wheel truck. So that locomotive that I have from Bachmann back then, it was that style, but it was numbered 350, which was a U25B. It didn't have the wings for the dynamic braking. And lo and behold, was it Rapido? No, it wasn't Rapido. It was Athearn. The high Athearn one. They're DCC sound, number 350, in the correct body style, in the early passenger paint scheme, so it has a steam generator too. I want it. I probably won't get it, but I want it. No, I'm never buying another Bachmann. Every single... Now, I can't say for the Doodlebug because I bought that used, so I don't know how it was cared for. My Bachmann locomotive that I beat the crap out of from 1984 finally broke down like 2 years ago. The Bachmann I got like 2 or 3 years ago has already died. And that was a brand new loco. That's the custom painted 45 tonner. So I'm hoping someone else comes out with a 45 tonner. I think the closest I would be able to get to a Doodlebug is an RDC from Rapido. The CSX doesn't run very well on the inside line. I was going to run that, but I ended up going with the SP. As for pulling, doing a constants, as of right now, no. I have the ability to run 3 trains at a time, and I'm currently doing that. What I need to do is get another one of these. So I can run 5 locomotives at once. because I don't do constants. I run each individual locomotive itself. Hey, Eugene. That sucker's still smoking. Am I dropping off? I gotta just check. Nope, I'm good. It just, when it was passing just now on the laptop, it just seemed a little jittery. But I'm not dropping anything. Although adding the second camera has upped my CPU usage a whole 1%. Oh, so another thing I'm asking them, being that BLI has both my Paragon 3 locos, one I just bought and one in for service, I asked them on, what was that, 227? Yeah, 227, the Horning Warn. I asked them, being that they can custom program without, and remove the ducking, can you custom program and either add setting 14 or replace setting 6 with setting 14? Setting 6 does the warning horn as it's moving. Setting 14 holds the locomotive until the warning horn is done, and then it starts moving. And that's the one I want. That's one of the reasons why I don't like Paragon 3. So hopefully they can do that. Because if they can, I'll be right as rain with all those. And then all I got to do is, once I get the lock sound programmer to figure out how to do the warning horn, because supposedly the lock sounds do have it. But because of that, I removed the warning horn from all the diesels. Oh, nope, I just saw it refocus there. but it's not as bad as when the fish were doing it. Man, it would never stay in focus when I was doing the fish. God, I love my playable horns. I wonder if Lock Sound has the ability to do that too. You shouldn't be setting up any tank until you're done with your train. Baby steps, finish the job you started. Dude, I'm telling you, you need to come up here with a U-Haul. I got tanks galore up here. 455s, 620 longs, 37 extra high, I said the 455s already. 29 gallon that wasn't even used yet. Yes, Kato Unitrack is code 83, which is what screwed me up on my turntable. But I'm picking those parts up on the 7th and 8th also. So come the 9th, there's going to be a lot of stuff going on. This switch gets pulled out and goes back over to there. A new switch goes here. I'm also getting at least 2 right-hand switches, so one switch will go here, so the diesel yard will be 3, and one switch will go over into the yard, which will get me an extra, connecting to the extra line yet. And then I'm getting cable, a 24-foot cable, USB cable, and another camera, and a pass-through for the wall. I got to cut a hole in the wall, and it's a cover plate with like paintbrush bristle that you can. It's just an open hole that you can stuff cables through into the next room. Because I originally made a single hole for the microphone cable, and I had the USB cable running around the room, coming into the hall, running around this room to the camera. I disconnected all that. I popped it all through the wall now. Oh, I still want to get another one of these Phoenix lights to replace this light. You have Phoenix lights like I do? No, you don't have CRVs. You're on crack. I thought I was the only one that had the CRVs. I don't know when I'll be able to get one, the third one, but I really do want one. Because the light that I have shining that I want to replace is like a really weird spectrum. It like actually changes the colors of some of the cars. Like that caboose, it looks like pumpkin orange when it's more like a fire engine orange. Or fire engine red orange. No, that is it's the first letter of each word. Imagine that Laser Arts. It's a place out of Canada. It's a model of the Grimsby station in Ontario. Most fun model I've ever built in my life. And I built airplane, you know, the wood airplanes. That was just fun. Oh, ours don't. There's not the only way to get a Phoenix light around me is to either special order it or just buy it from Amazon. Yeah, that's why I don't like metal trucks. The Walthers has metal trucks. I hate it. It sucks. It shorts out. Yeah, you need the yellowish lighting. The incandescent style lighting. But they do that in the LED because, I mean, hold on. Oh. Oh, that light's on too? God damn it. Give it a second. The cars that you're going to see, those are LED from factory. Those are the Broadway Limited 5-car set. So you can at least see what the coloring looks like. They do look like different coloring depending on the interior. Like all the first cars are mostly red seats, so it's a little bit subdued. But when you get to the last car, which is mostly white, it looks a little bit brighter. okay, okay. So you're going to want like a flicker light. Because those would be gas lamps. Oh wait, no, pre-1990. Yeah, they would be like the coaches that you just saw. Those are old heavyweight coaches from the 20s or 30s. I'm actually going to be lighting the Athens set, but I just found out it's going to be $14 a car. It's a system from Rapido. It just goes up into the roof, and they're battery operated. They're like watch batteries. As for the lights, even if you can't find them, there's always a place. Well, granted, right now you can't really order from Russia, but Russia has a lot of the older tech. Russia's the only one that still makes tubes. Another setting I do is I change the setting so the cab light stays on my locomotives. On the BLIs. BLIs, when you turn them, when you stop them, the light will turn on, and when they go like over 3 miles an hour, it turns off. But I think having the lights on in the cabs when the lights are off, you know, room lights are off, makes it more interesting. Oh, look, Matt just started. I would love to do the two-tone gray Concord set, which I just realized you can't see anymore because of the station feed. As for the 34-footers, I don't think I'd ever light them. But those 50 or 60-foot overlands, I definitely want to light. Thank you. I'll try. Pretty much, honestly, at this point, I'll say pretty much everything is from the last year. The 34-foot Overton set, the two-tone Concord 40-foot Overland set, and the two Alton sleepers I had before I started. Everything else is, well, all the engines are within the last year. Nope, the Rock Island caboose I had also, but everything else is is new. That's BLI, Broadway Limited Imports. They do like 6 different versions. I have, this is the 1951 to 53 version, which is the last version they did in retail. I do still want to pick up, if I had the money, I'd pick up the whole collection and do literally the whole collection of the Blue Gooses. That would involve buying 3 of one of the versions because I'd have to cut it up. I have to cut the shield, the skirts off in sections. But really, I'm the last one I'm going for is the early 1939 version. $8.99-ish retail or MSRP, which I did pay MSRP for this one because of the hobby shop. They don't give discounts. But I really want the 39 version. It has the dark blue wheels and the black stripe. It's the 39 version was the first version in its final configuration, which is no skirted. I did do a post a while back of the different skirt sections that came off in the different times. Oh yeah, all my locomotives are new. Even the refurbs are, I consider, still new because they were done by BLI. And they come, you know, everything is like a retail loco. You got the full year warranty and stuff. Now I did get a special exclusive goose. I call it the Black Goose. It would be like if they transferred it into freight service. So they painted it all black. It's one of only 51 ever made. It was a factory direct exclusive, I believe. I bought that from the refurb shop also. I was lucky enough to find one. They had a batch come through. Ooh, Via. Rapido just came out with a new Via set. The only thing I don't like about my set right now is I have both gooses on different addresses. Eventually I'm going to get a train shelf, and once I do that, one of the gooses are coming off the layout. The Black Goose is being renumbered from 4370 to 4360, and only one goose will be on the layout at a time. No, I want to say it was a tilt train. The new set's a tilt train or something like that. Amtrak and Via used them. I'm gonna go start shit. Yep. A 490, which is 19 5/8, a 550, which is almost 22, and a 610, which is roughly 24. And sadly, that's it. Can't do any more. This layout was actually, the board itself was actually made for an N-scale layout. So I just reused it. Honestly, I probably, if I would build a layout for the HO, I'd probably go 5.5 feet wide instead of 4.5. Wait, 4.5? Yeah, 4.5. Man, I forgot. Pensy and UP boxcars. Give me a second. I gotta pull the boxes. Okay, the UP boxcars are Athearn. The first Pennsylvania Railroad car, the merchandise service, is an Athearn. The two Keystone Pennsylvanias are Bowser. Oh, nice. Yeah, I was looking at those. Lombard has some good prices on them. I'd actually get one, but my money that I have is geared towards switches and another camera setup. Dude needs to heat that shit. Heat that thing. Really? 24 and above. Huh. Yeah, I probably won't get him then. I don't like 24-inch radius stuff. Freight cars, well, hell, any car should run on on an 18. That's the minimum for HO. Is 18. And if you had a 4x8 layout, you couldn't even do a 24-inch. Try replacing the coupler with a KD long shank. Center. So on KD couplers, they have bottom shank, middle shank, and upper shank. It's where it connects to the actual knuckle. You want the center shank with the long shank. I had to replace the couplers on the BLI set with long. Why do I keep hearing something? Well, then you're just going to destroy your locomotives if you keep running them in the cold like that. Sorry. I'm watching a stream also. Matt's running. He's out on the deck again. I gotta go over there and check. I'm pretty sure I'd be able to run these on 18. I'm not sure. My outside line is the passenger line because of the station. I'll be right back.
Okay, it's that one, and it's right there, but why?
All right. The Blue Goose? That was the first locomotive I bought. And I specifically hunted out that one. When I was buying them, it was right between a batch. The first batch was running out, and the second batch was still coming over. No one had the 51 to 53, except one place, Des Plaines Hobby. And they don't do discounts. It was the full 899 bucks. So with tax, that was $1,000 right there. And I did it with no qualms at all. Because for one of my things is this locomotive has to be on my layout. How do you know? Oh, and okay, hold on. Mute this one. Mute that one. Let's jack this one up a little bit. Because you don't hear it until about 20%. The chug on it is very unique. You have the chug, and then right after the chug, you hear like a vacuum style chug. No, we'll keep that at 15. Yeah, it was a shame that they were trying to save it, but I guess it was accidentally scrapped. It was the only one ever done. They only had 3460 was the only Blue Goose. 34, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. BLI's also doing. They're coming out this summer. They're just a regular black steam engine with no bullet nosing. I must have been about 5 years old. I saw the Hallmark brass model at Hill's Hobby, and I fell in love with it. Ever since then, I've always had to have. I had the shitty Rossi one back in '90s on my layout. I never thought I'd have a correct Blue Goose. That's not the point, Matt. Matt, you're being a dork. If, let me tell you, if 15-year-old me knew I paid $1,000 for a locomotive, I'd kick my own ass. I would. But that is the one engine I would have probably spent $2,000 on if I had to. One, because it's actually correct. I don't like the fact that it's a brass hybrid. Didn't need to be. There's not enough detailing in there to make it a brass hybrid. You could have done that with a metal shell. Just like the FEF is a metal shell. The Blue Goose is a brass. I might have to change out the traction tires on that again. I'm seeing a slight bump. I'd say that Blue Goose has the most run time out of all my locos, though. Easily. For the sole fact that at one point I fell asleep and it ran all night. Best sleep I had in my life. I'm assuming EA or E8 is the AB New York Central. In my old age, I have become very picky. I'd rather have only one nice engine versus 50, lesser engines. Really, the only companies so far, I don't have an Athearn yet, don't know about them. BLI for Steam, I was BLI for everything, but Rapido has taken the Steam side out of BLI. Oh, Intermountain? Yeah, those are nice. My dad had the N-Scale E8 set, the Illinois Central, the gray one. Sound, DCC, the whole kit and caboodle. He had the DC Master because he ran DC. He had the DC Master so he could blow the horn / whistle and use the bell. I feel so sorry for that Blue Goose. I'm watching Matt stream. He's running his Blue Goose also. He has the skirted version, the as delivered one, and he's having to run it so fast because it's cold. And I keep telling him, you're going to damage the locomotive. Because when it gets cold, the grease and stuff gets harder. And now you're putting all that strain on the gears and stuff. But the problem with his layout is he keeps buying the shit trains. He just keeps buying like Bachmans and shit when he should be buying track. He got this one Bachman. Honestly, it's the dumbest damn thing I've ever seen. So you have to put it on the track. You have to get a power supply to power the track. You put it on the track, and the only way to control it is through your phone. So it's not even a real train per se. It's more like a battery operated train. Honestly, the only thing I'd buy from Bachman is if I ever got a Thomas, the tank train. I would do that. But I was looking at their Shay. I was really considering their Shay. I was gonna buy it, but I ain't paying no $899 MSRP for it. Or I'm sorry, $799 when I can get the BLI Shay that's only $699 MSRP. And the BLI Shay is hands down far superior. It's an all metal shell, has nice weight to it. It has traction tires on it, which steam, you definitely want traction tires. And it has a smoke unit. Although I think I found an error in the smoke unit, I'm still trying to get an answer from BLI. Oh, which reminds me, I wanted to fix this camera. Nope, that's a little bit too much. Nope, that's too much again. God damn it. A hair back. There we go. Now we're cooking with fire. Metal wheels, I buy the Walthers. The Walthers Proto line. Actually, I had a Bachmann Daylight in the 90s, it was a Bachmann Spectrum. No, it was a Bachmann Plus. It was before they even came out with the Spectrum line. And that thing was great. Again, when you get a Bachmann, you got to take care of it like a Bachmann. You can't pull a lot of cars behind it because that'll add stress to the gearing. Don't start it and stop it fast because again that adds stress to the gearing. This goddamn thing is still smoking. Okay, let's get the 831 smoking again. Nope, I gotta put smoke in it. Crazy Trains. Look up Northwest Short Line. They do gears for a bunch of the Bachmanns. It's like their biggest, hell, that is their business, is like just gears. Honestly, if I was going to do a smoke unit, I'd probably see if I can fit a BLI smoke unit in versus anything else. The BLI smoke units are top notch, man. They got puffing smoke. And depending, like the FEF, it has a smoke whistle. There we go. The triple stack is it's kind of hard to put smoke into. No problem, man. They're the ones I bought the gears for the Doodlebug. That's where I got the gear. I got the whole axle set with the gear already put on because I didn't have the pullers and pushers. But I ended up, what was it, like 50 bucks for all 4 wheels. So they would match. Because if memory serves me, Bachmann uses blackened wheels. The stuff you get from Northwest Shortline are just metal. But they're a lot better gearing on them. Okay, so knock on wood, the BLI cars are actually running decent now that I oiled all the couplers. What I'm looking for, I can't find. Chicago, Aurora, and Elgin streetcars. About once a week I stop by the brass, I go online, there's a brass store. And I've seen them once in a while years ago, but I don't see any since I've started again. Yeah, what I did was I called them, or I messaged them and said, this is the locomotive I had. What do I actually need to buy? I told them, I don't know gear. I have nothing to measure gear angles and shit like that. I don't know. Just tell me what I need to buy. You know what? I might actually pay the money and take that in, have them fix whatever the fuck's wrong with it, and then re-DCC that. because the one thing I don't like about the Doodlebug is it, even with the DCC, it's a DCC ready. I put the chip in, but the interior lights for the passenger is DC still. It's not part of the DCC system. So whenever you turn the power on, the lights in the car go on. So if I ever have extra money, I'll take that and have them fix the motor, I guess it would be, and pull all the innards out and actually do it DCC sound. Because I'm a spoiled yuppie nowadays. Even though I don't like diesel sound and I turn it down a lot, I still will only buy DCC sound locos nowadays. Or at least DCC ready. You're looking at the roof of it right there on the station cam. Give me a second.
Oh, that can't be like that. Oh, crap. I would have crashed right into that turn, too. It's the Union Pacific number M23. Now, hopefully I didn't mess that camera up too bad.
No, we're still good. That damn truck, man. It's that combine car. Let's double check that when it comes around. I don't know. The truck seems to be moving good, so. the front truck is getting stuck somewhat over by the station. You could actually hear it. We'll go DC for a little bit. Hold on. Right there. Every time it keeps happening at the same spot. See, that's the bad thing about sound locomotives, is with a non-sound locomotive, you get really in tune to how your trains run and what they sound like and stuff. With the sound, you really can't, because you don't hear it. No, it isn't though. It's happening before it even gets into the switch. That's the thing. I know the problem is the car itself. I've had a lot of problems with this car set. Their couplers just suck. BLI, the couplers that they put on these cars, the system, they just suck. It's not like a KD coupler. The arm is actually like a wishbone. And the wishbone is what does the spring to pop it back straight. But some of the wishbones are like that. Instead of being straight out, one of them's kinked in, so they don't always pop back. I tried doing oil on them. That helped a lot. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to pull them off, clean it, and then heat it up and try to spread those wishbones apart a little bit more, so it has more resistance to pop it back straight. Because you can't see it, but when it's on the straight, all the couplers they're that way. All the couplers are sitting this way instead of being straight. They're still like in a turn. That one's like it. There, I fixed it. That one's fine. That one's fine. Why is that on? No, they're not whisker couplers. Whisper couplers are like what was on the horn hooks. Those are whisper and horn hooks are the same thing. These are actual knuckle couplers, KD couplers, but the arm that goes up into the car is a wishbone type. Wait a minute, they sent me some, but they sent me the wrong ones. See, there's two styles on this car. This is the style that goes on the first and the last car. The three coaches in between, their arms are more like a V. And then the KD coupler would just snap into it. But it's a horrible design. And why do I have springs in this set? These are non-KD springs. I'm wondering, are those held in by springs? I'm gonna have to open that car up. Because if it only had one spring hooked on, I could see it doing what it's doing. Yeah, I don't have any paper exploded views on the cars, but I don't like them. I like them better than the Walthers cars though. The Walthers cars with its metal trucks, when it's going around the corner, the trucks hit the metal frame and it shorts sometimes. And they're not even secured very well. They're only held in by a plastic snap. A plastic cover that snaps onto the bottom of the car and it holds it. I don't know. I think they could have done a lot better. They should have just gone with a regular damn coupler. Honestly, you know what? It's hated, but if I ever made a company for cars, I would do truck-mounted knuckle couplers. Truck couplers are the best couplers because you can still connect to them on a curve, whereas body-mounted couplers you cannot connect to them on a curve. Well, if it's a shallow enough curve, sure. See, I can't. I'm a hater of body mounted. My old AHM cars, no matter where they are on the layout, they will. If I pull an engine up to them, they'll link up because they're truck-mounted couplers. Oh my God, how did you get so dirty? Dude, I like ran you once. Best way to clean your wheels. Too short of a shank. Put a long shank on there and you'll probably be good. Man, how did these cars get so dirty? Sadly, I wish I could go to the hobby shop once a week, but all my hobby shops are like an hour away. B&G's about an hour away, Lombard's about an hour and a half away. So a lot of times if I see something, I'll mail order from Lombard. B&G, I've been going there long enough that hell, the owner still knows me from like way back as a kid. Or I should say the new owner, which is the son. Pretty much all I do is call up and say, hey, I need this ordered. Okay. Oh, here they're not dying. I'm out in Rockford, which is a poor area. We have a hobby town, and that's about it. Hobby town sucks compared to anything else. I've never been in a good hobby town. My hobby town, my local hobby, no BLI engines. All they do is Athearn and scale trains. That's it for engines. Whereas Lombard does everything. B&G is a small shop. But an old shop. They've been around since like the 60s or so. Hills Hobby closed. Venture Hobby closed. Venture Hobby wasn't that good. Hills was great though. We still have America's Best, which is a good shop, and Lombard, which is a great shop. Desplaines Hobby is, I'll relegate that to a good shop only because they're freaking expensive. Chicago area is the place to move. We have in Chicago area, within about an hour's worth of drive, we have probably 15 to 20 like real hobby shops, not chains, real hobby shop, brick and mortar store. They also have like the Hobby Town USA, but again, I don't think they're that good. B&G, it's a small shop, so it try. They don't have HO Kato track at all. They have the N-scale Kato track. Lifelike actually changed the industry of locomotives. They're the ones that started the Proto 2000 line. And they put so much money into the 3 locomotives in their steam line, an 060 and a 080 and a 2882, that they actually went out of business. But who the hell bought them out? Walthers bought them out. And continued the Proto 2000 line. But it was sad to see them go, but also it was a real good thing that they did, because they upped the bar on locomotives to what we have now. The 2000 Lifelike and Walthers Proto Steam Heritage and HO is equal to a BLI locomotive, detail-wise. I had the old Lifelike Walthers N-scale 080, and that was an N-scale, and the detailing on that N-scale competes against my Broadway Limited Blue Goose. They were that detailed, and I'm thinking the HO one must be even better. But I'm dying to get one of those. And they're nice because they were DCC ready to begin with, albeit an 8-pin. But what I would probably do is take it in and have it all ripped out and actually put DCC sound in. The Bachmann Plus line was a real good line. When they changed it into the Spectrum line, it went downhill. Because, no, how did it go? Plus was above Spectrum back then. So maybe they just got rid of the pluses altogether. Honestly, the old Lifelike Walthers Heritage, the Proto series, ran just as good as anything they do now. They literally like reset the bar for quality locomotives. Raymond, go look up online Model Railroader HQ. And then when you cream in your shorts, you're welcome. No, Proto 2000 was started out by Lifelike. Again, they came out with 3 locomotives. They call it the Proto Steam Heritage line. Because they put so much money in the development of those locomotives, they ended up needing to sell the business. Walthers bought them out, and that's when it was changed to Proto 2000. I don't know much about the Walthers Proto 2000, but the Lifelike Proto series of those 3 engines, no plastic in them, metal gears, metal axles, metal drive rod, all that stuff. The shell might have been plastic, that's about it. And then Mantua had a line called Mantua Collectibles, which was up there in quality. I remember having a Mantua Collectibles. It came in like a red leather looking box. It was a 2662 tender with a 2662 tank engine with a tender. What's the Raymond or something like that? But man, was that a nice locomotive. Certificate of authenticity number 1 of whatever the run. I can't remember what the run was. The locomotive engine was 1111. But I remember it was 0001 on the certificate of authenticity. Back when they, like Rapido does certificate of authenticity, but they mean nothing. They're literally worth as much as it is, toilet paper. That's what it is. Because they're not numbered. Without a number, a certificate of authenticity means nothing at all. Because I can print them out on my computer. I actually bought a Proto 2000 from eBay, and as soon as I put it on, it exploded. So I sent it back. I specifically asked him before I bought it, the gears are good, it runs good? Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, he lied his ass off. But the Model Railroader HQ company, they buy old locomotives, disassemble them completely, and rebuild them from scratch. Clean them, fix them, upgrade them, all that shit. Some of them get all new gearing. Yeah, it was, because it was one I really wanted. I can't remember, it was either an SD or a GP, but it was a 7/9 with the steam generator and the torpedo tubes on the roof. Being I'm a museum, I like to have the steam generators in my locos, because then I can pull a passenger train with them. But honestly, I mean, most of the stuff I'm liking is steam engine anyway. And to buy besides the Walthers, or I'm sorry, the Lifelike Walthers, River Aussie, they're all, I find faults in all of them. Because they make steam engines totally different than they did back then. Too much space between the firebox and the firebox truck on the old stuff. Correct. When you're buying an older one, yes, you should always check it. You know, these are, everything that I'm buying is literally brand new. You know, the Shays I'm getting out right when they came out. I'm buying the stuff within 6 months of when they came out type stuff. I think the oldest locomotive I bought was the GS4. I bought that from the refurb shop because they were sold out everywhere. I so happened to find it in the refurb shop of BLI, and I'm like, sold. Because I wanted a daylight. I didn't want the number 4449. I wanted 4444. Eventually, if they ever do a rerun of these, I'm gonna rebuy like a different. I don't like 4449 because everyone has it. Same thing with 844 and 4014. I don't like them. Everyone has them. For my FEF, I went with 831. The Challenger, I was kind of hemmed into 3985 because that was a club loco in the refurb shop. And like a week after I bought it, they showed one of the two-tone gray ones. 3977, possibly. It's a static display unit. I don't like having running locomotives per se. 844 runs, I don't want it. 4449 runs, honestly don't want it. 3985, I'll make an exception. The old stuff I buy for DC, or I buy for unpowered track as a display. You can't see it. I got a BL2 over there. I got a GP30 over there. I got a 282 Camelback over there, the Doodlebug, the Bachmann Santa Fe, my first engine, which I'll never get rid of. It doesn't even run, it's just on it as a display. And then the 45 tonner. I'll pay good money for work. If I'm going to run the locomotive, I'll pay good money for it. If I'm going to use it as a display, I'm not paying anywhere close to what most people want. Like I'm trying to find broken steam engines on eBay, and I can't. In fact, that's what I'm going to run. What are we at now? 2.5 hours? At 3 hours, I'm going to switch the locos out. What diesel do I want to run? I already know what steam I'm running. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm buying something broken. I'm only going to pay broken price for it. Like for a broken steam engine, I'll pay like 75 bucks. I mean, you do pay more for steam engine. Oh wow, yeah, no, that's definitely crazy. In pieces steam locomotive for retail. Well, I mean, well, it also depends on what. I mean, are we talking like a broken AHM for AHM retail? Because I mean, that would be roughly 75 bucks ish. Like I paid 79 something, 79.95 when I bought my Bachmann GS4, the Bachmann Plus GS4. I paid 80 bucks. No, I paid 90 bucks for the AHM 462, which again was sold. My brother still ended up. My brother took somehow. My brother stole all my HO shit. He's thinking it was his. When I don't know how the hell you can forget what color your engine is. Mine was black. His was blue. And his was a 464. It was a Baltimore in Ohio. It's still in my parents' attic, in fact. But it's not his anymore. It's mine. Because as soon as I go up in the attic and I find that stuff, it's all coming back to my house. Oh yeah, that's crazy. I would love to get a Garrett. I would definitely spend money on a foreign. I don't, you know, there's so many U.S. engines I got to get yet. But I would definitely spend money on a Garrett. Oh, I need to go walk. I'll be back. I'm going to do a lap around the house. I got to walk my legs out. Yeah, I can't remember who made the one I was looking at, but it was kind of a, it's on a back burner thing anyway, because I got so much shit going on. I got the GG1 coming. I just got the 2006 Club Loco. I still have the Rapido Bicentennial set, supposedly coming in this summer. And the Yellow Jacket, which is in the winter. Right? No, I'm missing one. Gotta look at my book here. Oh, and the E44 from Rapido. That was the last one. I need a new book too. That book is too big. I need a 2-inch binder, not a 3-inch. My 1-inch already fell apart. Honestly, I do that a lot. I mean, in the sense of the Blue Goose, you can call me a rivet counter, because I mean, I research the hell out of it. But I have so much information in my head, I might say the wrong year or something to that effect. My favorite is someone that doesn't know the hobby trying to tell you how to do the hobby. I actually had, well, you should do this. I'm like, dude, that'll never work. Oh yeah, well, I'm like, how long have you been in, having train? Oh, I got my train like last year. I'm like, dude, I've been since 1984. I guarantee you, whatever can be tried, I have tried it already. Well, we have a couple things that are called 44. We have the ES44, which was a diesel that is currently running. And then there was an E44, which was an electric engine that looked similar to an SD7/9. And then you have the ES class, which is the Yellow Jacket. Yeah. I like it even more when you've proved them wrong and they still insist. I remember someone was like, oh yeah, an N scale can't go up over a 2% grade. And I'm like, the hell it can't. So, because I had Kato Unitrek at the time. So I unhooked the Kato Unitrek and raised it by literally 4 inches. So it went, in a matter of like a foot and a half, it went from board to 4 inches. That train went up that with no problem. Well, you're forgetting about traction and interurban. We had shit tons of electric in America. Chicago and Elgin, the Great Third Rail, the Fox River, Fox River, Aurora, and Elgin, they were electric. Oh man, I want to get the Rapido turbo train, but it's just too expensive. I want to get the turbo train. There's like 3 sets I want from Rapido. The turbo train was one of them. I wanted the Amtrak. They had another one that I wanted the Amtrak, and then the one that they're coming out with, I think, like next year, which was the Train of Tomorrow. That I can't remember what would it be. EMD did it. EMD and Union Pacific. Turbo Train, Turbo Liner. That's what the 2 that are out now. And then the Train of Tomorrow, which is an engine, and is it 3 or 4 passenger cars that are all domed. Even the tail car is a domed car. But honestly, it's worth it, man. I've seen I got a Rapido passenger car here. Thing's gorgeous. Makes everything else, even my BLI, looks like crap compared to my Rapido car. Well, the Train of Tomorrow was an E7. Like I said, they're on Rapido site. A real nice looking train. E7 with a couple dome cars. The tail car was what I call the teardrop, where it comes like this into like a rounded point. It's not a business car like the tail cars that you're seeing all over. It's not a flat side. It's not a flat back. It's like a pointed back. But each car had a dome on it, and Rapido, dude, they do even the seat inserts. No, I lied. They don't do the seat inserts, but the insert for the interior is like 8 different plastics. The walls are gray. The seats are green. The tables are brown. The ashtrays are silver. And then you got some walls that are like a wood wall. But whereas the BLI, it's just 2 color. You got the frame and the body. The floor was just like a white color, and then the red seats. But yeah, the Rapido makes some nice stuff. Oh, that's cool that it actually survived. One of the cars actually... Which one is it? Do you know? Is it the tail car? Because the tail car was a separate car, was its own style. All the other cars they all looked the same from the outside. It was like a coach car, but it was a partial dome on it. It wasn't like this size dome. It was like this size. It was like it's like 4 of these cars. Oh, you can't see it. I gotta work on getting the rest of the Blue Goose set running. I gotta buy some donor cars because some of the trucks, some of the trucks are bad. And then instead of getting the KD coupler set, I'm gonna get the eBay coupler arm. Because on the AHM cars, the couplers are truck mounted, and you pull it out, and you can push the new one in from eBay, and it's a pivot point at that push-in point, and the pivot point of the truck itself, and the pivot point of the knuckle coupler itself also. So you go from 2 pivot points to 3 pivot points. So I would assume it would go around corners even better. And then I finished my book. All my locomotives are in it. The first sheet is like a info on the actual real engine. Boiler pressure, tractive effort, fuel capacity, and then a fictional / non-fictional history of it. And my second sheet is the function sheet button, or the function sheet that explains what all the functions do, but they've been fixed because I've moved functions around. The third page is custom CV settings for the locos, and then the very fourth page, the last page, is the custom function button CVs, because again, I moved my function buttons around. I got that for each and every locomotive. And some of the fictional stuff I had to actually, because obviously it's fictional, I had to just pull it out of my ass. So on the GG1, because they're poisonous and I'm going to be running it, the museum, I came up with a figure of $2.1 million restoration and decontamination for the locomotive. Like 4 hours later, I'm watching YouTube, a video on the GG1, and they're like, yeah, and if they ever wanted to actually get one run, they would probably be spending literally $2 million. I'm like, holy shit, I just pulled that figure out of my ass a couple hours ago. Some of the stuff I can't find a history on. One of them being, was it the C30? Yeah, the Conrail, the C30, that's how, folks. The C30-7, the Conrail 6600. I can't find a history on that. I know it was sold to Tennessee Southern at some point, but I have no clue when. I can't find the info of when it was sold and when it was scrapped and stuff. Obviously, the Blue Goose is the most extensive history. So for the Blue Goose, the Blue Goose is actually real fun. So the 3460 was the lead of her class, the Blue Goose. But because she was streamlined, it was the last delivered. So 3461 through 65 were delivered in the end of 37. The Blue Goose wasn't delivered until January of 38. It came in tritone blue with the number on the tender. Now we have pictures of both, with and without the number, with full skirting. So the number had to have been removed first. Later in the same year, that would have happened in 38. The 3060 was removed from the tender. Later that year, again, the cylinders, the skirts over the cylinder and the front half of the driver's skirts were removed, giving it the look of the Dreyfus. Again, later in 38, the remainder of the driver's skirts were removed, and the cab skirt was shortened. In 39, the remainder of the cab skirts were removed, so it looks like the one that I have here, and a black stripe was painted underneath the silver stripe. In 1941, the white walls were removed. In 1945, all of them went into Albuquerque to get a rebuild into a Super Duper Hudson, because they were built as Super Hudsons. And that's the actual name they used, the Super Duper Hudson. In 1950, the black stripe was removed. In 1951 or 52, they went from a tri-blue to a dual blue, which would be the one I have. In 1956, it was scrapped. Now, this is where the Fictional picks up. In 1956, it was transferred to the freight service and painted all black. And that's where the Black Goose comes in. In 1961, it was put into excursion service. In 1977, it was stored. In 78, the firebox was replaced. The tubes and the flues were replaced. And everything was restored to like Safety by Santa Fe themselves, and then it was donated to the museum here. Yes, Hallmark did make a brass Blue Goose. So did Toshido or Tanshido or something like that. That's the one I saw back in the day that I fell in love with at Hill's Hobby, was the Hallmark one. And then in 1984, the tender was fully restored. In 1993, because it's 15 years, the tubes and flues were replaced. In 2008, because of 15 years, the flues and tubes were replaced. And then in 2024, it had a complete breakdown and restoration again. Yes, it did have the black stripe on the unskirted version. And they're the only ones that actually got that right. The only people that have done the black stripe on the Goose is Hallmark and BLI. And BLI actually does two different versions. They do the 39 and the 41. The 39 had white walls. The 41 was the white walls were removed. And that's why I kind of, the last one I want is the 39. Mainly, not so much because of the black stripe, but because it had the dark blue wheels with the white walls. But again, if I won the lottery, I would go right out now and buy like 9 Blue Gooses. 1 of the first one, 3 of the second one, 1 of the fourth, 1 of the fifth. And I'm pretty sure I have the 6th and the exclusive 7th. You know what? No. I won't run that one, but I will run that one. Because y'all seen the Blue Goose now. Now you'll be able to see the Black Goose. What are we at? 59? It's time. Give me a second. I'm going to be switching locos. That, I want that and that. I want that, that, and that. Okay. And because these are BLIs, you always got to turn the power off because they got metal underframes. Oh, right there. I'm going to cheat today. Wow. Now that's something that don't happen every day. The first time I set it on the track and it got all the wheels on it perfect. I'm on a goddamn roll today. I just got a centipede tender on the track all at once too. when moving your locomotives, always lift the wheel with the traction tire, just a hair. Like a glove. Alrighty. And what shall we do there? Yeah. We haven't ran this in a while either. So you get for not paying attention over there. Okay, and then that and that. And this one is and that's 105. Not really a Pennsylvania fan. It just so happens they have a lot of cool, interesting locomotives. All right, this is the one that's all messed up. Okay. Number 9. Okay, where the hell are my number boards? Oh, F10. Okay. Okay, number boards. Oh, we lost some cars. Really? Yeah, chassis's nice. I like the paint job on it. Oh, that's right. There we go. Yeah, this was another special case one. Because again, my rule is I don't want real locomotive. I don't want anything real. But 105, like 2 months before I bought this, 105 went in and had her hood chopped to a low hood, so she's not a high hood anymore. But the paint job on it is what I love. Whoever owns Wheeling and Lake Erie must be a Troller Power Pack fan, because a Troller Power Pack is all black with the same orange pinstriping and lettering and everything. And then this is the Black Goose. It was a factory direct exclusive that I did not buy because they were expensive as hell until I got into the refurb shop. Only, I actually checked, only 51 were ever made. Which is shocking, because this is the nicer of the two locomotives that they did. The other one was an all black, but where the stripe is on the Blue Goose, the silver stripe, it had a stripe on it. And it just made it look, it didn't look good. Because unlike most places, the silver letter is actually silver leaf. It's like, it's not paint per se, it's shiny. It's not white. Who has the best bell? Oh, they all have electric bells. I hate electric bells. I like the old, pull rope bell. And the Challenger, that's a heavy locomotive, man. I don't have scale or anything yet, but that has to be my heaviest locomotive. Although it's not as awkward as the GS4 and the FEF. Just because of how the tender hooks on. This, I want to say this was an attached tender on the Challenger, whereas the other two are plastic hook. The Gooses are metal rod with a hole. It just slips down. And there's two spots. I have it in the closer, prototypically correct spot. But if you go around a sharp curve, I think it's 18. If you go around an 18, you actually hit the hood onto the tender. That's why they give you the long, you know, the short radius hole for the tender also. Because let me tell you, once you chip that paint, there ain't no turning back. Can't fix it. And it's the biggest damage on a Blue Goose. I even have one of my corners as it has a little chip in it on the Blue Goose. But all the Blue Gooses that say blemished, it's all the corners of the roof because they hit the tender. Okay, so when that goes in, I'm going to have that stuff fixed on that one. So my biggest gripe on the Wheeling in Lake Erie is when it's off, just sitting on the track, the number boards are on. I don't like that. And my second gripe is when you start it up, it turns the number boards off. Every BLI loco, the number boards come on with the headlight on standard lighting. They don't separate until you get to the pro lighting, if you switch it to the pro lighting setting. But yeah, it's kind of annoying. Are those even on? No. There we go. Now the number boards are on. And it's really weird because you have to hit, you have to turn the number boards on, you have to hit the button twice. So when I have, because I'm slowly sending everything back to get reprogrammed. All my engines are going to be custom programmed from BLI. I removed the ducking, the horn ducking And what the horn ducking is when it blows its horn, it'll lower the prime mover or the chug volume so you hear the horn. And then after, it ramps that background noise back up. And I can notice that. I don't like it. My Challenger has no ducking, and my CSX has no ducking. The GG1 will have no ducking when it gets here, and when the EA comes back, it'll have no ducking. And then I'm going to pull apart a Blue Goose and a Shay and send two decoders, those two decoders in. When I get those back, I'll do the other Shay and the Goose. And then all I have to do is the GS4, the FEF, and all the diesels. Surprisingly, the Centipede doesn't have any ducking. Or at least I don't notice it. Kind of in a way, yeah. I would say it's proprietary. They're the only ones that can do smoke. As far as I know, no, they have like a trademark on DCC smoke. You can turn all the lights on and off separately. It's just I like consistency, which is why I reprogram all my locomotives to I bring up the grade crossing and the longhorn up to number 3 and 4. The horn toggle I bring up to number 15. The specialty lights, Mars lights, tender lights, are 10 and 11. But all the locomotives I have, when you turn the light on, the number boards come on too. And I'm going to have that done to the Wheeling and Lake Erie when I have it sent in. I'd be ecstatic if they can reprogram CB227 instead of 2 and 6 to be either 2, 6, and 14 or 2 and 14. Which is the warning horn. 2 for going forward, 1 for stop, and 3 for reverse. But because I have a couple diesels that didn't do it, I turned that setting off. I kept it as 2, which is off on all of my diesels. I only have it on the steam engines. But if I can get those Paragon 3s to do number 14, the difference between 6 and 14, they both do the warning horns, but 6 will be moving the locomotive, 14 will hold the locomotive until the horn is done, and then it'll start it. Well, that's what the BLIs have. At least most of the BLIs. They call it chugging smoke, or chugging synchronized smoke. The Challenger and the FEF, because of where the whistles are, they have steam whistle also. Oh, that's right, I gotta do this. Okay. And I want this one. So for those that are in here and that know how to do it, I just posted a link. It's to Lost Souls Railroad. It's a new channel. I want to say they're HO. Their main goal right now is to get to 50 subs so they can do live streaming of their layout. If you could, go give him a like, or I'm sorry, go give him a sub. I want to say he's at like upper 40s. He only needs a few more. What is he at? Let's go back here. Yeah, he's at 42 right now, and he needs 50 to be able to stream. So if you're not sub to him, if you could, sub to him. And if you don't like this content, just go, no notifications. I need some more tobacco. The Challenger, being that was a club loco, that was a limited edition too. That was 200 and something units though. Oh, I gotta find out how many Western Maryland units they made. Yep, he's just starting out. I saw him no. The Challenger is one of 562 units made. Where did I get two? I don't know. But yeah, he's just starting out. God damn it, where's my lighter? I always do this. I lose my lighter. But yeah. He seems to, I think he's going to be a DC guy. And the few videos that I watched of his, he hasn't done very many videos. And I can see why. I mean, I don't like doing a video either. I'd rather live stream. You get that interaction with the chat. But he went and got a haul the other day, and he might even be a vintage running guy. He got like Tyco and AHM and Lifelike and stuff like that type guy. Because he got some old stuff the other day. Honestly, I much prefer DC versus DCC. That being said, I went DC because of the Blue Goose, because I got the sound version. The only thing in DC you cannot do that you can do in DCC is two trains, running in opposite directions to crash into each other. But what idiot would do that? I don't know. I mean, there are a lot of those idiots out there, because I've been asked repeatedly, can you crash a train? Dude, my cheapest train is like, well, that would be my cheapest train at 123 bucks. Those were 200. That was 250. Yeah. I mean, I'm not crashing a $100 train. You give me a $5 train, I'll go crash it. But again, I mean, like this is a brass hybrid. Same with the Blue Goose, so you don't want to crash those at all. Although I will say, this is the second layout I've had DCC on. No, I'm sorry, the third. I started DCC on the N scale, and I hated it. I had so much problems. I had the power cab. Just decoders blowing left and right. I did that for about a year, and it was just too small. My fingers were too big and stuff, so I switched to HO under the power cab, and I didn't have any problems. Kind of kicked myself. I sold my original BLI to my brother for what I bought it for. It was the AC, I want to say 4, Southern Pacific cab forward in Paragon 3. But I stopped doing the HO. I sold, you know, what I could. I kept a lot of the stuff, or I kept some of the stuff, but I sold as much as I could to start off the fish business, which I had going for years and had probably $1 million worth of fish. And I'm dead serious. And then my landlord said, no, I can't do it anymore because I'm using too much electric, even though I pay for my own electric. So I don't, you know, piss me off, but oh well. Well, I mean, I was using a shit ton of power. I had to drill a hole in this bedroom floor, and I took power from this bedroom into the basement. I drilled a hole in the front room floor, and I dropped a line down from the front room, because that would be 3 circuits. Because the lights were LED, those were okay. The air pump, it was a special air pump that I could run like 80 fish tanks off of it, and it only used like a half an amp, so that was good. What was killing me was the heaters in the fish tanks. Because I'm in an unheated basement, I supersized all my heaters. I had 500 watt heaters in the 55 gallons where I only needed 300 watt. I had 300 watters in the 20 gallons where I only needed like 150 watt. But I had, hold on, 4 55s, 2 20 highs, 6 20 longs. That's 4, and 2 more is 6. So that's 12 already. I had a 50-gallon lowboy, a 40-gallon breeder, a 37 extra high, that's 15 tanks, and that was in the basement alone. And then I had a 29, a 20, and 2 10s up here. I mean, I did it smart. I did break them apart electrically, so I wasn't like I wasn't blowing breakers or anything. The only breaker I was blowing was a kitchen breaker, and that had nothing to do with the fish tanks. That was the air conditioner unit. I used to be in construction, so I kind of know how to jimmy rig shit real good. I go down my basement, and my basement only has 2 screw-in light bulb fixtures with pull chains. So what I did was I wired, I plugged a plug in, I strung it along the ceiling to the door, I dropped it down to a power strip. From the power strip, I took 2 plugs going to opposite ends, and I hung a 48-inch fluorescent fixture on each end of the basement. So I just walk in and flip that switch, and I can turn on to where the basement is nice and lit. But I was using I have 3 of those in my basement. One blows bulbs a lot. That could be a ground. For the first like 5 years I lived here, we had power problems like crazy. I mean, I would blow up a light bulb in like 2 days sometimes. It would burn out. And it ends up that the guys that were doing the lawn, over years of weed whacking and not paying attention and hitting the ground wire or the ground strap from the building, they cut the ground strap. So they had to replace that. But I mean, I was taking power, like I said, I broke the power up. And I also broke up my maintenance. Like, I would have loved to do all the water changes on one day. But I couldn't because of the heaters. How I used to do water changes was I would siphon out like half of the water, and then I would dump literal ice cold well water. I only use the cold water, and that's what I would put into the tank. And fish love that, by the way. Fish love when you do a water change to shove ice cold water in. Trust me, they love it. It puts them in a breeding mood. They'll breed a lot more too. But I could only do certain tanks certain days because the heater, how I had the heaters plugged in. And it ran fine for shit. I wish Pose was still in here. 2, 3, 4 years. In one single tank, I had almost $500,000 of fish. One, because they were expensive fish, and 2, I had that many. But when the landlord's like, dude, you need to, you can't do it anymore, that you're using too much power and blah, 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 I'm like, you know what, fine, fuck it. Instead of getting evicted, I called up a pet shop in Elgin, Illinois, and like an hour away from me. I'm like, listen, I'm in a bind. I know you like cichlids, and a lot of them were cichlids. They're free. Come and pick up all the fish. Make sure you have a van. And I took videos of all the fish, and I gave them like rough estimates on how many fish were in each tank and stuff. They came and got them. Guy was the guy, I could literally see he was jonesing in his pants over the one tank. Because each fish was like Now, giving these fish away were like $20 a piece. They could go on up to probably 50 or 60 bucks a piece. And I had close to 500, I would say, in that tank. Between the parents and all the babies, all the different generations of the babies. It's expensive to start off the tank. Had to buy 9 fish at 20 bucks a pop. No. 9 fish at 30 bucks a pop, sorry. And knowing that all but 2 of them were going to die. I knew that off the fact because what they do is they'll form a pair and then they'll kill off everything else in the tank. It was a 55-gallon tank. It was a big tank, but still small for 9 fish of this type of breed. So they kill off all the others. The parents then have babies, and then they form nuclear families. The babies grow up to be teenagers. They have more babies. Now the parents and the teenagers take care of the babies. Now those babies grow up to be teenagers. Teenagers are now like 30-year-olds, and the parent. Now the parents, the 30-year-olds, the teenagers take care, and that's how it worked. Yes, faucet water does. I'm on well water though. I'm not on. Faucet water is city water. City water is what does it. Faucet water, if you're in a well, if you have well water, that's still faucet water, but it's well water. It's untreated. My fish love that shit. I've never had fish on well water until I lived here. And I will never do fish on anything but well water from now on. But I'm on very, very hard well water. A lot of calcium in it. My TD, do you know anything about TDS? My TDS is over 1,000. My pH is roughly 8 to 8.2. And yet I was still able to breed angelfish in 8 to 8.2. That's another thing I had. I had a mated pair of a couple mated pair of angels. I actually did a 72. Yeah, because it was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 3 days, 72-hour stream of 24/7 watching because I knew the angels were about to lay eggs. I was able to do the egg laying, the fertilizing, the hatching, and then we lost power or something like that, and all the babies died. Well, not so much high end, but rare. You go into it's a African cichlid that has a lyre tail. When you go into a pet shop, they would be called a Bashardi. They're gray. They're a nice looking fish. I had what I consider the upgraded version of that. Same style fish, same family of fish, but they were a different species called the daffodil. And they had yellow fins with purple in the sides and iridescent. They were a lot more colorful fish. And I've always looked for them. I've looked for them for years, literally 20 years I've looked for them. And I finally found them. And I had a beautiful tank. In fact, I was actually thinking of upgrading their fish tank. I was going to break the 55 down and get a 480-gallon, what they call pool pond. Those collapsible pools but it was a clear front. It was like a square pool, but a clear front, so you could see through it. And that's what I was going to do. It was going to cost me like $300 for that tank. But yeah, all my tanks were all run off of the same piston air pump. I got a piston air pump that would run about 80 to 120 tanks. It would do, depending on how much air I put in each one. Raymond, if you're into fish, look up Dan's Fish on YouTube and on the web. Really good store. He built his store next to a river stream, and he has like super duper filtration. He takes the water from that stream, filters it, shoves it into his tank, and the water that overflowed, because instead of taking water out and putting water in, he'll just put water in and let it overflow into a drain. So it's still like a water change. His water that goes into the drain gets filtered and shoved back out into the stream. He built a brand new building and everything for it. Oh, there goes. Oh. But he's where I bought most of my fish from. And one of the times he bought fish and they sent him the wrong fish or something like that. And they were they're a very common fish. Electric Johannies, I think they were. But he didn't have room for them or anything, so I'm like, you know what? I'll take them. How many do you have? He had like 15 or something. I'm like, fine, I'll take all 15 of them. I just threw them in a 55 gallon. Well, yeah, kinda. I call it overflow water change. Because I worked at a pet shop that actually did that. They drilled holes in the back of their tanks and put elbows in them, and then ran a hose down to a bunch of, each tank hose ran down to a drain, and it just went into the sewer. And you can do that, that's fine, but he went the extra step of filtering the water before he let it go out into the stream. Okay, so what are we at right now? Roughly 4 hours, so another 2 hours of these. Okay. And then we'll pull out the GS4. Yeah, I'll flip it. I'll do a GS4, a Shea, and the CSX next. Hey, the Coast Branch. What's up? Oh, all my tanks were sealed. I went to a glass shop and had custom pieces of glass cut. So it would be like remember the glass hoods with the hinge? Well, mine was glass hoods with no hinge, and there was, so it fit all nice and tight. In the corners, I did angled cuts, so only an air tube could go in. So I had very little water evaporation and stuff like that, because I knew that was going to be a problem. The only tank I had with evaporation problem was the low boy, because it was a 4x4, or no, it was a 4x6 that was only 8 inches tall. CSX Western Maryland, the new one, the Club Loco. Oh, I'm a little too far away from the mic, my bad. Is that better? You should be able to hear me better. As the stream goes on, the longer it goes, the more I kind of back away into my bed more, because I'm actually sitting on the corner of a mattress. And I don't like to sit on, eventually you'll collapse it. And this bed is like a $2,500 bed. I don't want to bust it. I just got this bed. I love it. The feet go up and the head go up and shit. Helps my old age problems. Now, I just had the goddamn lighter. Oh, there it is. Oh, it was behind me. Hey, I'm not even live anymore. Oh, there we go. Now I'm live. I don't know why that does that. The internet on this laptop just really sucks. Ooh. You know what? Screw wireless internet. I'm going to wire this thing. Now that I'm going to pop the hole in the wall. No, I'm on a microphone like this. Correct. The only reason I'm Wi-Fi on this laptop, the only thing I use this laptop for is to watch the stream and the chat. Other than that, I hate a laptop. My desktop with the streaming software is in the den, which is the room right next to it. This layout is actually in my bedroom. It takes up roughly 66 to 70% of the bedroom. As you can tell, I'm single. No woman would let their man take up 66% of the room with a layout. But it's enough to fit in my twin bed and a nightstand. I'm on the wrong button. There we go. Ha! My Windows 11 that I made will install in anything. Has no Copilot, has no account requirements, has no bit locker bullshit. I stripped all that crap out and made my own custom ISO. As for HDD, I do need to buy another HDD though. I only use HDD for long-term storage. Oh, hold on. Let me test. Ooh, there we go. Can you hear me now? What I need to do is move this out to, ooh, there we go. And then go back to that. Now when I go, ooh, no, I can't do it like that. I don't have enough cord. There we go. Give me a little slack there. No, that's still too high. There we go. Okay, is that better? Testing, 3, 2, 1. Oh yeah, you can hear me real good. I'm overmodulated, but you can hear me. I'm still trying to fine-tune all my microphones. I have multiple microphones. Each camera has a microphone, and then I got my voice. And I'm not really used to, like, on these professional mics, you literally got to have them, like, your mouth on them, almost. Oh, what am I doing? I'm a moron. Nope, it's out. Well, we're gonna have to fix that. Wait a minute, does this have smoke? Okay, the Black Goose has smoke. There we go. Yeah, going back to the smoke unit thing, BLI smoke units actually have a fan in them. They spin up and spin down with the chug, and they spin up when you hit the horn, if it has the horn option. Again, the only way to do that is if the whistle is by the smokestack. I'm just sitting here running trains. Nothing like having 18 conversations. I'll be back. I'm taking a lap around the house. I gotta work a knot out of my leg. No, 4014 never had smoke deflectors. The one that got the smoke deflectors was the one that got converted over to oil, I thought. We'll get the good smoker up. I think I need to turn the fan up a little bit more on that one. Oh, you're talking about those. Okay, yeah. They should have never been put on that locomotive. At least that's my, you know. It would be like restoring 3463 and putting a casing around it and painting it 3460 and passing it off as that one. God, that stuff smells so good. Wood stove from Mega Steam. First of all, the only thing you should be using in your engines is Mega Steam. Hands down. Best stuff for the smoke fluid. Bachmann is probably the worst. Or I should say Buckman. Their new name is Buckman. She'd run on 3463 would run on biofuel now. From what I understand, if you can run waste oil, you can burn. You can run bio fuel. Did the lights come off? Okay, that one did. Oh, I thought that. I dig the European stuff. Okay, how the hell did you turn on? I know I didn't tap you there. Where the hell's the button? There we go. Actually, this one is for that. Okay. Poor people in the observation car, man, they have had no lights. I'd have no problem with Bachmann, except they think they're BLI and scale trains and Rapido, and they're not. Their quality just isn't there. They should not be charging $300 or even more for any of their stuff. I mean, you look at it. $250 for a BLI locomotive or $250 for a Bachmann. To me, that there is no choice there. Number 8. Okay. Man, thank God for this damn book. Like, I mean, I'd really like the Bachmann Shay. I'd really like to get one. One, it's all red. It just looks awesome. And two, it's an oil burner. Again, I like my oil burners. I knew I was going to have to get coal facilities with the Yellow Jacket, but I didn't realize I was going to have to get it this soon for the Shay. It didn't even dawn to think to ask if it was coal or oil. Oh. And I love the smell of the smoke. Honestly, it's a little too weak for me. The next time I get a bottle, I'm going to get Campfire. Oh, damn it. I forgot about my... I'll do it next train. Yeah, it's that coupling. So the remaining stuff on my list, the ES class yellow jacket I have on order. I'd love the Lima Locomotive Works #1 Berkshire, but I don't think I'll be able to do it. I want to get the L1 class yellow belly from C&O. I want them to rerun that. I want them to rerun the New York Central Dreyfus. I want a Commodore Vanderbilt. I can scratch that one off because I'm getting the Club Loco. And that's based on the Commodore Vanderbilt. And these are all BLI. The engines I've known they've done. And then I want the Northwestern J class from BLI. The I-5 is out right now, but I don't think I'll be able to swing it. And then I want a Heisler, a Climax. I also want, Rossi did it, but they did it wrong. They did it on a 464 body, but they made it a 462. So the trailing truck there looked kind of funny on the locomotive, but it's a Lathe Valley John Wilkes. Beautiful locomotive. Streamlined, nice finnage and stuff to it in the front. And then the 080 USRA from Lifelike. Although I did find out, since I made that list, Pennsylvania Railroad had a streamlined steam engine also, that BLI did. I think it was a K2 maybe? I'm not sure. Mostly I'm going to concentrate on streamlined steam. That'll definitely be a lot easier on the pot. Because, I mean, there's like only 2 steam engines from BLI that I don't want. I like them all, but I can't have them all. And then on top of that, you know, diesels once in a while, and electric. I'm finally got my electric though. I'm so excited to get it. Up until now, I've only had steam and diesel engines. I've never had an electric engine. But I got a congressional paint scheme 4880 Pennsylvania Railroad GG1 coming. Again, Pennsylvania Railroad made a lot of the cool stuff. The Centipede, well, I could have gone something other, but when I bought it, it was the only choice I had was the Centipede, or the Pennsylvania for the Centipede. I'd rather have had the Seaboard, but the Hammerhead is only a Centipede. The GG1, I didn't like the Amtrak, and I don't really like the green Pennsylvania with the stripe, so I got the Congressional. If they had a Conrail, I would have bought that. Arthropod locomotive? Dude, an arthropod is a bug. At some point, I'd love to get a steamless, or I'm sorry, a fireless steam engine, because that's an unusual thing. I want the GTO Big Blow. I want the ML4000. I want the DD40X, because they're all unusual looking. But the cool thing is, with me getting the GG1, is so the Centipede is a 4884. It was made to combat against the Big Boy. The GG1 is a 4664, and that would be the Challenger. Yeah, Pico makes the ML4000. The Big Blow, the DD40X, is from Athern. The only problem is I already have Southern Pacific Bloody Nose, so I don't want to do that. And then there's only the Rio Grande. So I was looking at a I can't remember what engine I was looking at, but I was looking at another one that was Rio Grande. Because I want so many engines, I'm kind of trying to get different railroads because it's a museum. I don't want all the same. So I mean, some of them I'm kind of forced into it. You know, the Big Boy has to, I got the Challenger, but if I ever got a Big Boy, it's going to have to be a Union Pacific. I kind of want the 2900 class. Oh, shit. That's what I heard. Oh my god, I feel like a dumbass. So I'm sitting here going, I keep hearing bing, 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 and I'm thinking it's my radios. I have fire department radios everywhere. I'm like, oh man, that's a new sounding code out for a fire. What the hell? And then it dawned on me, it's my doorbell. My buddy's at my doorbell just ringing, ding, 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 ding. I'm like, did you even? I gotta. I'm like, did you text me? Cause it didn't. Yeah, no, he didn't text me. That was crazy. I thought I was going crazy for a second. Well, crazier than I am already. But yeah, yeah, at the 6 hour mark, I'm going to switch over to the CSX. And that actually is the only diesel so far I have that has smoke. Which reminds me, I need to look at that. I don't like that at all. I'm going to message him about that too. Because I think this should come out. Yeah, I don't know if it does. So on these locomotives, this smokestack is supposed to be able to come out so you can get the fluid in. Don't do what I do. I'm a trained professional. When putting BLI locomotives on or off, you should always turn the power off. But because I have this slide, I can cheat. Because I know the frame of it. Using the slide, I know the frame will never hit one of the active rails. Because all these are metal frame. So when you put the locomotive on, if the wheels do this, you can actually touch the shell. You know, some of the stuff has metal shell too. Why don't you get electrocuted? I mean, this is 3 amps. That's enough to stop your heart. A powered railer? I don't even know how that would work. But these ramps, you put it on and just slide it down. But these ramps make for, say, like all the wheels on the centipede tender, or on the big boy tender. It's called a centipede tender. Makes it easy as pie. It just slides right on. maybe you're talking about something totally different. Re-railer is a thing in the track that when the train goes over it, Atlas and stuff makes them. They look like where you could drive a car over it. But yeah, it just pushes the wheels back onto the track in case it's derailed. Okay, I'm gonna go sit at the computer for probably 10 or 15 minutes. I need to get my back rest too. I'll be in chat. It's not as fun in the den. So I got myself into trouble by putting that camera over by the station, because now I got to light the station up. I'm going to have to get interior light, and then I want to get some like lamp posts. If I had to build that all over again, oh my God, I'd wire it up while I'm building it. I'd have recessed lighting in the eaves, shining onto the walk, you know, the walkways underneath the roof there. I'd have it all done up. Hey Tom, how's it going? Actually, I lied. This car is a Scale Trains, the big tanker car, and I want to say the Burlington gondola that I have in the yard is a Scale Trains, but that's the only Scale Trains. And I bought both of those on sale for like $10 each. The gondola was a kit. The oil tank car was a ready to run. I'd have to say my favorite set, passenger-wise, is the Athearn / Roundhouse set. I got the 4-car set plus the extra coach car on the Athearn side, and then I bought 2 cars from eBay that were the old Roundhouse made ones. I bought 2 more coach cars, used their frame, wheels, the frame and the wheels and the stairs and everything, and put the bodies of the old Roundhouse cars on the new frames. But I kept the old roofs. The Roundhouse cars had silver roofs, where the Athearn cars had black roof with the green insert along the celestiatory windows. Ooh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to buy the interiors for those last 2 cars. So that's roughly $20 there. Oh, I know what I'm going to do for the next batch. The Conrail, the Western Maryland, and I'll leave it to you guys to vote for the steam engine. We're going to the next batch is going to be 2 diesel, 1 steam. Do you want the GS4 in the spot of the Black Goose, or do you want the C&O Shea? Granted, they would be going in the same direction, so you wouldn't be able to see the cylinders on the Shay. You know, once I get this other camera, it'll alleviate the need to have to run a certain locomotive a certain way. I guess the station camera does that too. Hey, no problem, Tom. YouTube did recently do like a purge, because I got unsubscribed from a bunch of people. Like, I watched them religiously, and all of a sudden it just stopped giving me notifications. I'm like, what the hell? Went to their channel, and yeah, like 10 videos I missed. Like, God damn it, YouTube. Damn it, YouTube, what the hell? Because, like, as I was saying with the lighting, the FEF and the GS4 has, like, the you know, the Mars lamp and stuff like that. So you would figure you'd want to be having that going into the camera. So the next camera I'm going to have to do is in the same spot, but on the exact opposite side of the layout. Elgin? As in Elgin, Illinois? As in B&G Train World? You're my old stomping grounds. Not too far from you. I used to live in Rockford, Illinois. I grew up out there. Wait a minute. No, I said that wrong. I used to live out in Elgin, Illinois. I grew up out there. Currently, I'm in Rockford, Illinois. So for those new coming, we already ran the Blue Goose and the FEF2. Currently, we have the Black Goose, or I should say the Black Blue Goose. The 2024 BLI Club Locomotive, which is the Challenger, and the, what is that? That's a GP35 high hood for the Wheeling in Lake Erie. Oh, that's right. We already ran the Southern Pacific GP30 also. Next up is going to be the C30-7 Conrail, the ES44AH is the actual number for the CSX Western Maryland Heritage Unit, and we have a choice between the C&O Shay or the Daylight GS4. for the next batch, along with the Conrail in Western Maryland. But that won't be for like another 2 hours or so. When I do streams, I do long streams. I am not kid friendly. I have no tact. I'm a jackass. Yeah, I think that covers it all. Elgin, oh man, I love Elgin. Got me. If it wasn't for me living in Elgin, I would have never started researching old buildings and doing the rail mapping. I had the Roundhouse database going, but I actually started doing the mapping when I lived in Elgin. I started with Elgin, Illinois. Louisville, Kentucky? That's a kind of a drive. I usually name my stuff Roundhouse. I was Roundhouse Aquatics. I was actually getting ready to, I wanted to buy a Walther's Roundhouse and build it and put it in one of my fish tanks. Oh man, I gotta update my about page again. I gotta update the roster because I can't do the roster on screen anymore. Okay, so that one would go there, that one would go there, and that one would go in there. Okay, that would work. Where's the fourth camera gonna go? I guess when I get 4 cameras, I'll just do, you know, what is that, the 2x2 screen. Is that gonna be jarring? So... Oh, I can't stand that kind of videos. At least to do them. If I mess up on a video, I'll just remake the video. Because my videos aren't that long. As for like editing and stuff, nah, I'm not doing that shit. You're gonna get my mistakes. Yeah. Bruh. I am so glad I turned the heat off like an hour before I started the streaming. These lights that I use make this place, even though they're LED, and surprisingly they're fish lights, so they shouldn't be heating up anything, but they are. You know, I'm thinking I might have to lower the camera. Well, they shouldn't, but let me tell you, when I got the lights on in this room, it's about 10 degrees hotter than the rest of the house. I mean, they're like 10,000, no, they're 15,000 lumen. 50? I can't remember how many lumen there are. They're bright ass lights though. I mean, here, I'll show you. Yeah, these are actually fish tank plant lights. Aquatic plant lights. They do all sorts of cool shit. They have a 24/7 feature where they turn on and off by ramping up and down to mimic the sun. I can go moon. Well, it helps if I turn this light out. I can go moon. I can go lightning storm. The lightning storm only works in day though. It doesn't have a night feature. I can go cloudy day. That's cloudy day. I can even go, here, you want to see a trick? We'll go black and white. To me, I always thought that kind of looked black and white. We can go all blue. We can go red. We can go pure white. And then we can go full spectrum, which is what I usually have it on. But yeah, it's... Well, like I said, this also has a 24-hour. So you can set it to a specific time. Oh, it's 6 o'clock? It's 6 o'clock. There we go. So that's 6 o'clock. And if I ran it till 9 like this, it would actually ramp down. It would be even darker by 9. But yeah, so we got 12 p.m., 3 p.m., 6 p.m., 6 p.m., 9 p.m., midnight. By 3 o'clock it's off. By 6 o'clock it's already coming back on. That's 9 a.m. And we're back to noon. And then you can even override those programs, because when I had the fish, I actually had it to where instead of at 3 a.m. it was off, it was already off at 9. So I had 9 as the 12 a.m. setting. I moved that over. The 12 a.m. setting I had all the way off, and then I left the rest of it. It's called Phoenix CRV or or Phoenix 24/7 lighting. You can also look up. They're not cheap. Each one of those fixtures was $150. And you think we pay a lot for train stuff. I mean, seriously, I willingly paid $150 for a 48-inch light. And that's because it was an actual plant light. It has the actual correct spectrums for the plants to live. Once I replace this light, because that's just a shop light that was given to me. It's a tripod shop light. The coloring is really bad on it. I'm actually wanting to get another one, a third one of these lights, and put it up above my bed, so when it shines, it's shining on this side. Because the light is in the middle. The light I have now are in the middle of the layout. So if I didn't have the light if I didn't have the shop light going, you would just see a shadow. For instance, you don't see much with the light off. So I needed a light behind the camera, and I didn't realize that until after I installed the lights. But like I said, eventually I'm going to get another one of these lights and put it behind me. Because one, I can control them all from the same remote. Even though they come with a remote, each one. The other remote's still in the box. I never even took it out of the box. Because back for the fish days, I only did the 24/7. So I turned it on, and it was on. The light was on, technically on for 4 years straight. Maybe 3 years. I don't know. But what I did was I just took 2 screws, took some chain, looped it, put the ends over the screw, and then just screwed up into the ceiling. Because obviously it's a fish light, the stands and the stuff are to sit on a fish tank. So I just have them chained to the ceiling. You would not believe how many times that shop light has almost killed me already. Anytime I walk to the layout, I gotta walk over the light because of the legs. It's because of the tripod legs. Oh, dude. I got one more plug left in that wire extension cord for the lights. So I could run right off of that power right across the ceiling again. That won't be too hard. I'll take the reinforcement legs, I'll shove them under the layout, and I could just walk right on the layout. I would have to get another extension cord though. The only camera that I'm gonna leave janky lighting is the turntable camera. Although the third light would fix that problem too. Especially since my shop light is on the table. Because originally I was only going to use this section that you're seeing, and the leg was going to be left for a workbench. But I moved my turntable, and I got a lot more use out of it now. Turntable was originally going to go in the oval, and I was only going to be able to have like a 6-stall roundhouse whereas now I have it in the middle of the leg, and I'll be able to have like a 6-stall roundhouse on each side of it. Again, this layout has changed so many times, it's not even funny. Originally, it was going to be a dual mainline symmetrical. Both lines had the passing siding over by the station. And then that passing siding just turned into the inside passing siding. I ended up getting the half circle and bringing it up to around here. And then I decided to finish the inside oval so it wasn't a passing siding at all. Oh, this one will be. This one's going to be really easy to finish as a layout because it's an actual, the layout isn't a real place. The space is though. You can't see it over in the other corner, kitty corner from the, actually you probably can kind of see it. It's that red splotch behind the station against the black backdrop. That's the Clintonville substation. It's a real building in a real spot. This layout, the measurements turned into real feet, fit perfectly inside of a property line that's right next to that building. This is a museum, not an actual layout per se. You can actually look it up on Google Earth. It's in South Elgin, Illinois. South Elgin used to be called Clintonville. Keyton, something like that road. South Elgin High School is on the road. But you can clearly see right next to the substation, there's that green plot of land. It's a farm field right now in real life. But that literally equals out to this layout, that property, that plot of land. It's kind of my homage to Illinois Railroad Museum. Plus, it gives me the freedom to go, oh, I like that engine, and I like that engine, and I like that engine, and none of them have to be the same railroad. And it still makes sense. Granted, the Western Maryland Heritage Unit, that doesn't make sense, but I'm going to say it's on loan. Most of the stuff I get is all old stuff. I shouldn't say old models. Like up until that Western Maryland unit, the newest locomotive I had was from 73, I think it was, and that's the Concord or Conrail. No, 77. The C30-7 was made in November of 77. But I was so lucky to get that engine. I love stuff like it. That was the first of her class. And it just so happens I got the Conrail from a mystery box. The Rapido mystery box. Which I'm so buying again this next Christmas. $299. You got a DCC sound locomotive that retail MSRP'd for $350-ish, and you got three freight cars which MSRP'd for roughly $50. So it was well worth the money. And I have to say, my favorite horn out of the diesels is now between the Conrail and my new Norfolk Western GP30. Right? No. No, I'm sorry, Norfolk and Western. Which I bought because it was a long hood forward and a high hood. So I got a GP30 low hood and high hood. I got a GP35 high hood. So I'm still open to a GP35 low hood. But I'm not going to do that for every GP. Those are the only two I'm going to do that for. And that's if I do a GP35. Because I still want a 38, a 40, a 45. No, I'm getting 40s. I got two 40s coming, so I don't need 40s anymore. But I definitely want an old style GP60 with the old style cab. I don't necessarily like the new style cab, the safety cab. Man, I can't wait until the 9th. That's like the first thing I'm going to do is get the turntable working again. Actually, it still works. I just don't like using it because of the situation that happened. It's supposed to be code 83 rail on the turntable, but it seems I got one of the rare ones that they made like 4 years ago for only a month that had code 70 track on it. And they sent me a new bridge, but the bridge was messed up. It was missing half the parts, so it wouldn't even run. Plus, being that it's rare, I don't want to get rid of it. I want the code 70 now. And I'm picking up the conversion track on the 8th. I got that on order. It came in. So it was $15 frickin' for 6 inches of track. But it will fix my problem completely. Because somehow I got a code from code 83 to code 70. And being that I can't, I don't know about everywhere, but in this area at least, everyone is back ordered on code 70 track. So my plan is, being it's mostly going to be in roundhouses, which form the track up anyway, I'm going to go I'm going to get the $15 piece and do the lead-in track with that, and then all the rest of the track I'm going to hand relay. I already bought one piece of code 70 track to test my theory, and I was correct. So I'm just going to buy a bunch of this. And then between the roundhouse and the turntable, it's only like 3 or 4 ties. Maybe 6 ties. It's like an inch. So it's not that big of a deal. And hell, honestly, I could just probably take the ties off of the code 83 track that I already bought for the whole fan, for all the steam engines. Yeah, because once I get the roundhouses up, those get pulled out. Because those were only temporary to begin with. So I won't even need to buy ties. I can salvage the ties off of this track that's going to be junk, in essence. It was a good $50 down the drain. I bought 5 pieces. Well, no, actually I had to buy another piece. I got 6 pieces. So actually $60. When I got the second shay, I had to go and get more track. And again, can't find code 70. So I ended up going with the code 83 again. They can make it up, they can make it around the turntable and up and out of it, but the diesels can't. That's why I'm getting that special track for the lead-in. And then when Walters sent me the turntable bridge that didn't have wheels, so it wouldn't even work, I wrote to him like, this ain't gonna work. Just send me out this one piece and I'll be happy. So if they do send that, what I'll do is I'll do 2 lead-ins into the turntable instead of just one. And then that could open me up to the bigger coaling, the bigger coaling tower with the dual track. I don't really know how that's going to work. Well, I'll have to figure it out. The 4x3 leg that you don't see right now yet, because I don't have a camera for it, that's always been kind of fluid. I'm kind of winging that. The actual layout, I actually plan out and everything. Okay, roughly half hour left. Why? Okay, I could have sworn I heard derail. Which shocks me because I never have derails. The nice thing about Kato truck, and that's the correct way to say it, Kato, not Kato. The Japanese guy that owns it yelled at me at the Schaumburg store years ago. He corrected me. He's like, it's not Kato, or it's not Kato, it's Kato. But yeah, love the Kato track. Bulletproof. Best stuff you can run on. Never derails. Great for a floor layout because it has the ballast part built into it, so it raises it up off the carpet, so you can't suck up like fur balls and stuff into your gears. Individual track pieces will never break like on Bachmann track because their connectors are attached to the base, whereas the Kato connectors are literally regular connectors that are encased in a clip. So if one goes bad, you can actually pull it and you can replace it with a brand new one. Oh man, I need to buy an air compressor too. I can't wait until after in the 9th I'm getting some more switches. The Centipede will move from over by the station to over in the diesel yard so I can cover. Oh, actually I can pull the switcher over here too now too. Because I'd rather have all my locomotives covered when not used, which is what I do to the diesel line and the steam. I cover them with a sheet. Anyway, as I was saying, I don't know how I got off topic there, but you got about a half hour left. You can choose between the GS4 Daylight or the C&O Shea. So for those that want, you can put it in the chat because I'm running one of them. I'm going to switch the diesel out with a steam and the two steams out with two diesels. So the next batch, the next 3 hours is going to be 2 diesels and 1 steam. I'm really wanting that 2900 class. I think that will look real nice on this layout. I canceled the 3461 that I had on order. for the sole fact that one, I was buying it because it was a 3460 class, and two, it had the heralds on it. And it just so happens the 2917 has the heralds on it also. So I can get my heralds and the 2900 class for the same price as the 3461. Not saying I'm going to get the 2900 class, but I'm also going into the, I canceled the 3461 because it wasn't a streamlined. Plus, I'm going to have a lot of Hudsons on this layout. The Dreyfus is a Hudson. The Commodore is a Hudson. Currently, I only have two Northerns. I want a Climax, I want a Heisler, I want a T1. I want a smaller engine as a switcher. Yeah, most of the ones on this list are Hudsons. No, Limo #1 isn't a Streamline, but it's a Berkshire. The Yellow Jacket's a Pacific. The Yellow Belly, the Dreyfus, and the Commodore are all Hudsons. The J-Class is a Northern. The I-Class is a Hudson. Yeah, there are going to be a lot of Hudsons. I still want a big boy. Or, honestly, I'd rather have the Allegheny over the big boy. I already got the Challenger. The Challenger was better than the big boy anyway. The big boy was actually, from what I understand, crap. That's why they didn't buy many of them. They kept buying Challengers like crazy, though. The Allegheny would have to be a Hornby River-Aussie, though, unless I go old and go the old, the last River-Aussie. They're about the same price for the old River-Aussie DC Ready versus the Hornby DCC Sound are the same price, roughly. But you get the quality of the older River-Aussie. I had the Hornby River-Aussie Heisler way at the beginning, and yeah, that was it. I'm never buying a Hornby again. The thing sounded like rocks in a washing machine. Or I'm sorry, in a dryer. That thing was loud. It was so loud, I honestly think it would overpower the sound. I don't know if the big boys do this or not from Athearn, or the Challengers from Athearn, but this actually has unsynchronized chug because the wheels don't match. It has chug for each wheel set. God, I gotta say that was the Challenger is a first for me also. I've never had a Challenger up until this one. I had a GS4 back in the day, so that was a Northern. I had the Blue Goose back in the day, that was a Hudson. I had a Heisler back in the day, did not have a Shea. Then again, back then, the only way to get a Shea was an MDC metal kit. They didn't have any ready-to-run Sheas back in the day. As for diesels, yep, all my diesels are new. I don't have any diesels that I had back in the day. No, I lied. I did have a GP35. I had a low hood. And I had a GP40 and then two GP60s. I'm going to throw some more cars on there when I switch out too. About 20 more minutes. I'm going to add the two flat cars. Yeah, that'll work. I'll add the 2 flat cars and the other Union 76 car. Then I'll throw a gondola on each one. That'll be all the freight cars. Let's turn the smoke back on the Challenger. Or not, maybe I'm out. Have fun, Tom. Midnight? Where the hell is he? He must be over in Europe. Oh, he got a lot of cool European trains. He got, oh, that's a gorgeous scene. I don't even know what that is, but I want it. Black engine, red frame and wheels. Ireland. Oh, okay. Oh, the Joe Train's got a one of the BLI SD45s. He came out with a review for it. He's gonna. He's gonna be doing reviews on some of my locos. Once I get half of it, my stuff done. So I have 2 Shays and 2 technically Blue Gooses. I'm going to take one of each and have the ducking removed, and then he can review the Shay and then the Blue Goose. So he'll review the duct and the non-duct version. Hey, Frogland. Boy. Went down the wrong pipe. probably 15 minutes or so now. Yeah. About another 15 minutes, I'm going to stop everything and switch locos out. Currently, what's running is from outside to inside. We got the Fictional all black Blue Goose. That was a factory direct exclusive. We got the 2004 BLI Club Locomotive, the 3985 Challenger. And on the inside is the High Hood GP35 Wheeling in Lake Erie, which technically is still around, although they chopped the high hood to a low hood. What's coming up next is going to be the Conrail C30-7, the CSX Western Maryland ES44, which is the 2005 BLI Club Loco. And on the outside, in case my dad is watching, I'm going to throw him a bone and do the GS4. Okay, I'm assuming that's prefer. I prefer Union Pacific 3984 over 4014. But yeah, I mean, again, I've seen the big boy. I've climbed on it. The Challenger, just the sales say the Challenger was better than the Blue Goose. If the big boy, if the big boy was so good, they would have bought more of them. Those are the BLI Broadway Limited Imports BLI 5-car set for the C&O. I'm a big BLI guy. I like BLI and I like Rapido. Pretty much that's all the locomotives. I do have one Bowser that I don't like. I shouldn't say that. I love the Bowser because of what it is. But I don't like what Bowser did. I'd rather have BLI and Rapido. Hands down, Steam, BLI. They're not the best runners, but they look great. Whereas my 1960s AHM cars that I have are great runners, but they don't look the best. Let's just say this. Originally, I bought this set and I special ordered the new car that's coming out this year. It has no windows or anything. It's their safety car. I've canceled the safety car. Honestly, the only reason I wanted the set is because it came with 3 coach cars. I'd rather have coach cars than anything else. That being said, I do have a diner that matches, although it shorts the layout out sometimes. I gotta work on it. Walters. I got sleepers in AHM. I got a full set of the Blue Goose cars in AHM. I only got 2 running right now. I'm still working on the others, fine-tuning them. They're giving me a lot more problems than my heavyweights did from AHM. I got the 2 heavyweights, no problem. Ran great, always. A lot of these Blue Gooses cars, they're not running too good. No. I mean, I have the combine car for the C&O. The set is a combine, a coach, and the business car. You can't see it, but I went and got the Walters Diner. Oh, you can't see that either, goddamn. And this is the one that I got to work on it some, because what's happening is the metal. I honestly don't know what the hell's happening. I'm assuming that's a metal frame. The metal trucks are hitting the metal frame, and I think they're shorting out. So I'm gonna modify. Well, first I'm gonna like tape the car and see if that relieves the problem. Another thing I don't like about this car is the lights don't match the BLI. The lights in this car are like the lights that would be in a car nowadays. They're like that bright white blue color. My favorite set to run is the Athern / Roundhouse. What would that be? 50? No, 60 foot? 60 foot over lands. I went and got interiors for all of them. It was a 4-car set plus a 5th car, which is a second coach. So I got the 5-car set there. And then I went and bought a combine, or I bought the combine and the business car from the old Roundhouse set, which was the same model. And those honestly are my most favorite to run. They give me no problems whatsoever, although they're not lighted yet. And the 2 Roundhouse cars, I still need to get the interiors for. But just recently I found a lighting solution. It's up to $15 a car, but it's a battery operated standalone unit. so I don't have to mess with the trucks because they're special trucks for the old car. I don't have to mess with wiring up lights and stuff. It's like watch batteries that run it. Okay, that one's done. This is going to be the next one coming up. Speed this up some. Okay, and that's just light and that. Let me go this one. Oh, nah, they want that. God damn it. Oh, that one. Alrighty. We're switching out logos. goes here. And this one goes here. Oh damn, I need that thing. Put that there for now. Alrighty. That's the Mars light. There we go. Okay, you're away. Yep, you're away. God damn cars, see? That's what I'm talking about. Okay, try this again. Really? How am I not on? Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's on. Headlights. Yeah. Need my book. Conrail is number 13. Okay, Conrail. Really? Okay, let's try this again. So, 15 and 17. Yeah, I gotta work on that horn more. What the hell do I have that horn on? Really? What the hell's doing it now? Oh, it's a fucking car again. Parachute and on. What's your problem over here? I don't know. I'll have to check this car. Okay, I was looking for the horn. That is the GP30. And here we go. So the horn. Really, the horn I didn't touch at all? Okay, well I'll have to fix that. Because that's just not loud enough at all. I mean, granted, they gotta fix the horn when they send it back in, but yeah, there was a big story about that locomotive too. I shouldn't even have that yet. That should actually still be at BLI waiting for the flag fix. But somehow they ended up shipping it out. Oh, did I kill the lights on that? I did. Okay, so we're going to do this. I gotta recycle this. 15 and 17. 8. 0, 9. 10. 0, 9. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, start this again. Okay, we're rocking and rolling now. On some of the locomotives, when the layout shorts out, it messes up the light board on the locomotive. So you got to power cycle everything. Okay, so this engine has to get totally redone. I need to raise the master volume. I need to lower the prime mover. And most likely then raise the bell and both horns. This is the first time it's running though. I mean, granted the horn don't work right yet. I only got one horn. Oh, there. Wow. Yeah, see, I don't think the horn works right. You really don't got to tap. I mean, as soon as you press it, it goes into the long press. Damn technology. They can fix it, like I said, they can fix that with a it's really easy to fix that. The horn I love is the Conrail. We got any smoke? Yeah, we got some smoke in here. Very little smoke, but we got smoke. I'll refill that when it comes around. Hey, I didn't even see you come in, Arturo. I was just scrolling through. Oh, wait. I got smoke in this one. I think. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, it looks like it has a blown turbo. I don't necessarily like the smoke on a diesel. It's a cool concept, but stupid altogether, because smoke doesn't come out of a diesel unless something very bad has happened in the engine. I don't follow your Arturo. Oh, Zero's question. If I wanted to start collecting trains, where would I start? Well, you would start in your brain first. You'd have to decide, do you want, well, you'd have to decide what scale you want. You'd have to decide what type of power you want. You'd have to go and find a spot, then design a layout for it. As for where to buy trains, your local hobby shop. Lombard Hobbies online is a good place. As for companies, Rapido does great diesels. BLI does great steam engines and diesels. Rapido diesels are better. I'll give them that one. Steam, king is BLI is king of steam. BLI is Broadway Limited Imports. This layout is a DCC system. You can go DC and then still buy DCC sound locomotives, and BLI sells a box that goes between your DC power pack and your track, and it has just a couple buttons on it to where you can do the bell. I got to turn that bell up. Do the horn. While still on DC. You won't be able to change any settings on the DC. You need a DCC, a good DCC controller to do that. I have the Digitrex DSC52 as a startup system. It's the best one you can get. The power cab is a half an amp less. And I don't think you get the features that the Digitrex has. You got a nice big full color, well, not full color, but a color display, whereas the power cab, it's like a calculator type display. I went DCC because I wanted the ability to run a train backwards or forwards on any of the lines. DC power, it's only good for one line. If you have two knobs, you can have two, control two lines. And then you would have to insulate between all the crossovers. You don't really, honestly, you don't really start a collection. You start a layout. It's not something to do unless you really want to. And I know that sounds bad for the hobby. It's an expensive hobby. It's not a starter person's hobby anymore. Everything that's pretty much coming out is geared towards you're an established model railroader. There is no $50 engine that if you drop it, you don't give a shit. There is no engine that I know of that I would actually buy for a kid either. The layouts on this locomotive, or the locomotives on this layout, talking about dyslexia, right? Wow. The cheapest MSRP is $350. I hunt and peck, man. I find sales. I buy from Lombard Hobbies also. I don't pay MSRP for anything. I lied. I paid MSRP for the Blue Goose. But that was because I had the money and I wanted that specific locomotive, and you couldn't find it anywhere at the time. So I went to Des Plaines Hobby, and with tax, that was about $1,000. $899 for the engine itself. Now, to show you, I didn't even pay $899 for the Challenger. Hey, Lost Soul. I gave you another shout out earlier today in a guy's stream. I know I got you one or two from that. So, a couple, at least one person said they subbed. By the way, if anyone is not subbed to Lost Souls yet, is this still? Yeah. If anyone's not subbed to that yet, go sub to him. He's trying to get to at least 50 subs so he can do live streams. And we all know, you know, live streams for trains is the best. Oh, speaking of, is Strasbourg still here? $44? Okay, yeah, you were 42. Honestly, if you want to get a lot of subs real quick, Scott's Trains or something like that, I don't watch them anymore. But when he does a stream, he gets lots of people in it. And what you do is you just, the @ symbol, and then start writing his name, and it'll eventually, like, autocomplete, on the desktop at least it does, autocomplete his name, and then say, can I give a shout out to my channel? I'm trying to get to 50 subs so I can live stream, blah, 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 blah. And you'll probably pick up like 100 subs at that place. I don't watch him anymore. I don't think I did anything wrong, but he just blocked me for some reason. Come next week, I'll get you one more. When I'm at my parents' house, I'll put you on my dad's tablet. I am actually pleasantly surprised about this ES44. It's not my style of locomotive at all. It's way too new. I bought it because it was a club loco. And it was only 199 bucks for a DCC sound. Lost Souls, did I tell you I got a GG1 coming? I got it from the BLI refurb shop. Paragon 3 in the Congressional, they call it the Congressional paint scheme. It's like a silver with a single red stripe. But first electric. I'm kind of like a kid in a candy store waiting for it. I've never had an electric. I want one. Because once I get it, I can start planning for all my, what do they call them? Cantillaries? The outside line is getting electrified with the wires. Shit, maybe. I forgot about the crane. I'm gonna wait. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wait to do any of that until I get the E44 also. Because I can average the height. I don't want to do it where I get the one locomotive and put the pantographs up and do it to where the crane can clear it, but then the next electric doesn't go up that high type deal, because that would just suck. It really irks me that the horn is messed up on that one. But I'm glad they actually sent it, because I would have been really pissed if I had to send it back after the fix. Yeah, I so gotta fix the sound on that. Oh, I totally said it wrong. I hand it to them. They did a good, man, I really like it though. The blue, the red, the white, and the black. It just all goes together real nice. I just hate the fact that the flag is wrong. So, okay, the horn and the smokestack, and that's it for that loco. BOI is going to get real pissed at me once I start sending in these decoders to get custom flashed. I'm going to nitpick the 105. I'm going to nitpick the switcher. The centipedes aren't going in at all. They're fine. The switcher, the cab light comes on all the time when there's power, and the 105, the number boards come on when there's power. And I don't like that. I don't want it. I don't want to see anything lit up on a locomotive when I'm not using it. I really hope they can do that warning horn thing I'm thinking about on the GG1 and the EA. Man, I can't wait to get that EA back. Beautiful locomotive. Never been able to run it. It's always like stopped and start by itself. Which it could be the Paragon 3 decoder problem, because that's what the problem was. That's one reason why I don't like Paragon 3. But in the GG1 case, they don't have a Paragon 4 electric. Even their current electric that they're making now is a Paragon 3. It's a smooth loco. For a new ugly one. Oh, sure. GS4 blocks it. Stupid steam engine. So on the Western Maryland, when you blow the horn, the ditch lights start wig-wagging. Oh, it's time for a lap. I'll be back. bad thing about having bad legs, you can't sit for very long. Oh my God, it's so cold in the rest of my house right now. I actually walked out in the hall. As soon as I walked out this room, I got a chill. Got to turn the heat off because these lights, when I stream for this long, they heat up this room. It must be the engine that was doing it. Maybe it's the flat car might be too close to the engine as it goes around the curve and it's popping it. Fine by itself though. And the other one runs fine. Oh, I bet it's the coupler. Why don't they just put long shanks on all the diesel or all the engines on the rear? I mean, seriously. Let's try that. Yeah, it had to have been the engine pushing the car. Oh crap, the load. I forgot the load. Alrighty, we got our load on there now. Our special load. It's the best load. There's no load better. Of course, the train blocks it. That's just my luck, right? A train carrying a train, man. It's like a painter making a painting of a painter. Oh, that's right. I wanted to fix that. Time and a half, buddy. Time and a half. Did YouTube go full Cookie Monster again? Alrighty. Now, and that should be all fixed. Beautiful. Ooh, you get to see the load on the flat cars. You know, I don't get it, BLI. You literally put the copper metal spring in your coupler box from the KD coupler, but you use some cheap plastic knockoff. Just put the metal one in. Because the springs, the knuckle springs don't seem to fit in the cheap knockoff like they do the KDs. Yeah, it's crazy how bad I got the sound volume on this thing. That's the white car is the Navy car. The green car is the Army car. I got 3 of them. I got the Amtrak car over on the MOW train. I need to what I want to do is get more Army cars though. But I have not gotten anything yet. That is kind of on hold. The next batch of money I got, I'm buying switches. So that is on the Army car, that's a Concorde J3A, and on the Navy car, that's a Bachmann 060. Helium car, whenever it comes out. I don't know when it's coming out. Sometime this year. I want to say summer. Yeah, I want to say summer. The GG1, I'll be getting in like a week. I don't expect the programming to take, that long. Like, I can see them bumping okay, we have a unit in here getting repaired. I can see them bumping that for even a day and taking the locomotive that they just sold and throwing it in there just to get it out. At least that's what I can see. I want to get a couple more Army cars. I got the Navy gun load already on order for the Navy car. Once I get, how many cars do I want? Technically, I can buy the 2 of those cars from that place. Rapido car, I want at least 2 more. No, 3 more. 3 more gives me 2, 4, 6, 8 tank spots. Oh wow. You had a slew of bad luck there, it sounds like. For about like a year, I should have done my brakes about like a year ago. And they were really getting bad. So I'm like, you know what, this gotta be, I had like, he goes, you had 1 millimeter on your thickest pad left of brake pad. Like, oh, well, I guess I came in just in the right time. I still need to do ball joints on my car. And then I jump to the oil leak, which is a real easy fix. So you got the side you got the block, and then a part goes onto the block, and then your oil filter screws into that. The gasket in that is leaking, so they got to unscrew the oil filter, take this little part off, replace it. So it's not a big, it's not like a head gasket or anything big deal. But I still want to get that done. And then I got to do shocks and front tires. No, I'll be doing rear tires then. Because when I get the ball joints done, I'm bringing the brand new front tires up into the front. So I get the best alignment done. No sense in aligning them on fucked up tires. And that's for the car. I'm not even going to tell you what I got going on in I got so many stuff. I got so much stuff on order. It's not even funny. So I got the Club Vanderbilt for supposedly the end of this year. Bullshit. The first Club Loco, that was late. That was in June. Their second Club Loco, we just got that. It was supposed to be in December. We just got that. I don't see it being in December, but that's when the next Club Loco is. In December, supposedly, I got the Yellow Jacket, which is a brass hybrid. That's gonna hurt. I got the ES44 from Rapido, the electric, with the automatic pantographs. I got the GP40 set from Rapido, the bicentennial set, 1776 and 1976. And then that's whatever, you know, I guarantee you BLI's getting ready to drop another Loco within like the next month, I have a feeling. Yeah. Honestly, it's cheaper to do. I used to smoke weed. Well, I mean, I would assume the prices are relatively the same, but it was cheaper to smoke weed than to have a model railroad. Like, I could smoke for 6 months. Okay, no. I'll give it 4 months. I could smoke for 4 months on the price of a Loco. Well, the stuff I would get, if I was buying like that much at a time, it was from Hawaii. I used to know a guy that would go to Hawaii like twice a year, and he would bring back a whole suitcase full. I don't know how the hell he did it. Oh my God. Oh. The last time I had close to that amount, I almost got arrested. Luckily, my whole apartment complex was cool. I hotboxed the building. The whole fucking building. I was so fucked up already. We were having a party. I was so fucked up already. I took a shitload of it and threw it in the oven and started it on fire and literally baked out the whole building. It was hilarious. I walked out of my, because I had the windows open, so my apartment didn't get smoky, but I walk out in the hallway and it's just fog. It's like Cheech and Chong fog. I was on the 3rd floor. It must have been, well, 4, 8, 12, plus the back, about 16 units. You know, come to think of it, most of those had to have been empty, because at the same time I had a 1500 watt stereo from Rent-A-Center. The speakers were like 8 feet tall. It took 2 guys to get each speaker up into my apartment. Well, kinda. My old pot pipe was recycled into my tobacco pipe. Because it's a lot cheaper for me to buy bag tobacco than cigarette form tobacco. Like, I get a whole bag of loose tobacco for like $7, whereas a pack is 3. Because God knows I can't afford cigarettes anymore. I haven't bought a pack of cigarettes in probably 8 years, and I ran out of tobacco. I was so fiending for just tobacco. I went into a gas station in Cook County, Chicago, and said, "Give me a pack of cigarettes." And they said, "That'll be $26.95 for a pack." And I was so jonesing, I said, "Here you go." Well, technically, I could drink alcohol and smoke weed because it's legal here. It depends on the state. Illinois is legal for medical and recreational. So that opens it up where if you can do it on YouTube also. On stuff like, on the weed situation, it's state by state. That being said, it's still illegal federally as of right now, this minute. So it's still not a good idea to smoke on screen. Even though the state says you can, the federal can come in and get you because it's still a federal law. Supposedly Trump is going to be changing that. I don't know. It would be cool if he did. I mean, if it went full legal, that would really help the economy, man. Honestly, they legalized it for medical and recreational, and it helped the economy. And for shits and giggles, I went into one of these places one day. You can't buy a $20 bag anymore. Their cheapest package is like $120. And it's for like a jar like that big. I'm guessing it would be like an eighth. I never really got into the whole weighing and scales and shit like that of weed. I just bought it and smoked it. I didn't give a shit. In the fish streams back in the day when COVID, when the shutdown was happening and shit, there was a guy in New Jersey, I think he lived. New Jersey? Yeah, it had to be New Jersey, because I remember always making fun of him about it. But he used to smoke blunts on screen. But then again, I mean, our streams didn't get viewers. It was just literally a bunch of guys, well, I shouldn't say, a bunch of people together just shooting the shit. And it was like from 10 o'clock at night to like 3 in the morning, Central Daylight Time. We'd use our Streamlabs, and you know, so you'd have a bunch of people up there. Honestly, I wish I knew. I mean, well, if StreamYards wasn't so sucky, I would love to be able to do my OBS feed through StreamYards and then have people be able to come up and join like a panel. But going through StreamYards degrades the signal so bad. You don't get it's 720p 30 frames and not the 60 frames 1080p that I'm doing. Because on OBS, I'm doing all the encoding on my home computer. Whereas StreamYards, you just send the video signal and they do all the encoding. Honestly, for medical, dude, weed helps a lot of fucking problems. It really does. Glaucoma, OCD, ADD, ADHD, pain, certain pains. It's natural. It's not crap. Like a Vicodin is man-made crap. It works great, but if you could get the same result out of something natural that doesn't have any quote-unquote, you know, I don't want to say poison, but in an essence, it's like ground beef. A certain amount, a very certain percentage of it can be brat shit in your ground beef that you buy from the store. The same thing with medicine. There's shit in it. Oh yeah, forgot about anxiety. What? It's a new word. It's the people that don't like to go outside. Not Howard Hughes type medical. It's they just don't like crowds and shit. But it helps them too. And honestly, the way they do the law, and the way they've always done the law, they applied the alcohol law to weed. If you have it in your system, you're high. No, that's not how weed works, though. It's not like alcohol, where if you have alcohol in your system, you know, you blow, and you're blowing an alcohol percentage, that alcohol is in your system. If you take a weed test, it's... Shit, weed shows up for like a month after you stop smoking. Which means it's not, just because it's in your system doesn't mean it's affecting you. I used to smoke it religiously. Dude, literally, I'd wake up, hit a bowl. As soon as I wake up, I'd hit it. When I would work, I timed my job to my needs. So I get to work, I'd smoke up before I'd go in. At about 9 o'clock, I would go and do garbage, and I would smoke up. I would then smoke up again at noon at my lunch, and then at like 3 o'clock, I would do garbage again and smoke up, and then I would go home at 4. And I was able, it didn't get rid of the pain, it helped with my pain. They ended up sending my ass to up the creek for it was 2 years they sent me for. I ended up taking school and shit like that, and I got it down to 18 months. I got it down a good amount of time, a good couple months. But now I'm in pain and I can't even work. I've even tried to get a job, cashier. I know I won't be making much. I'll be making next to nothing. But I'd be able to, like, sit a butt cheek on a stool, like a bar stool, to take weight off my leg. And they're like, nope, you have to stand. I'm like, dude, I'm not quote unquote handicapped, but I am handicapped. I can't stand for shit. Anything 15 minutes is hard. Let alone hours. No, that's not the word. Introvert. That's the word I was looking for. I think they call it introvert. I honestly look at it, I don't think any drug should be, if the people want to put it in their fucking body, let them. What they should, this is, okay, this is the level of my genius. So this is what I would do. Legalize all drugs. No prescriptions, Vicodin over the counter, whatever. But if you OD, we ain't saving you. There's not going to be this every week we show up for an OD shit, which is what they do now. We'll give you 1 or 2 ODs, but if it's, if it happens, like I said, my old neighbor, literally once a week, on the weekends, ambulance there, fire truck there every weekend, because they OD'd every weekend. And they don't get charged. All they do is give them that Narcan shit that's like $5,000 million a bottle, and the taxpayers pay for it. So let's flip it around. Let people do whatever they want to fucking do. But we're gonna roll back on the whole saving your life shit. 'Cause I don't know. I'm gonna piss all the female. I'm the same way about like the whole abortion thing. You should be able to have abortions, yeah, but you shouldn't use abortion as birth control. I had a friend. We used to in high school. We would joke about it. It was a running joke in the whole damn high school. I'm going to use a fake name. Xanadu is just got her 10th abortion on her card punched. Her next one is free. I was raised Catholic. I mean, to me, abortion is a murder. I mean, shit, any killing is a murder. I ran over a squirrel the other day, both tires. Doof, doof. I was shocked. The fucker didn't move. I murdered a squirrel. If it's gonna kill the, see, I'm taking the humanity out of it. It's a parasite and a host. If the parasite is gonna kill the host, get rid of the parasite. If the pregnancy is gonna kill the mother, get rid of the pregnancy. Rape, obviously. Incest, obviously. But again, the abortion should be for, it shouldn't be for an alternative to like a condom or birth control or something. That's just how I feel. I didn't always feel like that. Honestly, it started after I lost my kid. What are we at here? Going on 8 hours. So that'll be 10 o'clock. Yeah. Right? Am I adding that right? Almost 8. So that would bring it to 9. 8 would be 9. 9 would be 10. Yeah. At 10 o'clock, I'm going to do a local change. I do have. Hey, that's what I was talking about, this damn BLI cars. Like the Athearn cars? You know what, I'm going to put the Athearn cars on, because I know those will run forever. There we go. Now I'll have no problem running. Oh, I don't know. 1, 2, 3 in the morning. I don't know. And this is the set I want to light. So the first 5 cars with the black roof, those are the Athearn ones that you can kind of pick up at stores now. The 2 silver roof I got off of eBay. That's the original set had one of each car. You had the baggage, the combine, a coach, and the business car. I got the combine and the business car, and that is the president's car. The guy that does the interiors for these cars, I worked with him and we came up with a special interior for the tail car that I still have to buy. I haven't bought that yet. I'm going to be buying it soon though. I'm going to actually take the money and buy the 2 interiors in this next week or so. But I bought them because one, the tail car is called Helena and not numbered like the Athearn set, and the combine has the logo on the side of it, whereas the Athearn set doesn't. I could also have gotten a coach car, but the paint job is totally different, on top of the green is being different too. But the nice thing about the roundhouse tail car is it comes with the railing, where the Athearn one doesn't. Yep, 850 here too. We're both in Central. Or you're not in Central and it's the time difference with the savings time. But yeah, I normally do long streams. The max is 12 hours. You can't go over 12 hours. So once it goes, when you're doing a live stream at the 12-hour mark, it cuts the recording off. So when you're done with the stream, say you do a 24-hour stream, it only uploads the first 12 hours. Oh, Tennessee? Yeah, that's right. You're Gatlinburg or something like that, right? You're the one I was talking about Pigeon Forge about. You said a town around there that I recognize, and that's what, or at least I think, I'm pretty sure that was you. Nashville. Which Nashville made me think of Gatlinburg. I don't know why, but it does. But that's what I was talking about with the BLI cars. They look great. They're not the best runner. They do derail. These cars, man, I can pull these for 8 years and they won't derail. Are my wheels dirty? No. Nope, they weren't dirty. They're clean as it can be. Yep, nope, not in the military. Family, my cousins, I think, are still in the military. I haven't talked to my cousins. Shit. Since like '05. As far from what I understand, everyone moved into their different sections of the country. I bet they would love to see this layout though, because they were trained. Both my cousins were trained. Actually, all three of the male cousins were trained geeks, along with my uncle and my other uncle. Yeah, a lot of people in the family are trained geeks. All I know, can't wait to replace this one. I hate 4449. One reason is it's too hard to make up your own history for the engine. No, Chattanooga's the song. Like the first thing I think about when I hear Chattanooga is the song. You know what? I think I need to drive over to Belvedere tomorrow to ask some questions on UP. If they'll even answer those questions. Did new train, can you not just do a short real, like, well, hold on, like this. Alright, that was a bad example, because that was this. You know, just a short. I mean, I guess that could be considered short, but like that I want. To me, that's short. I don't know. Maybe sneak some pictures of some locomotives over there. What I do recommend, if you get the roundhouse cars, to buy extra coach cars, because you're going to need the wheels and the frame and everything for the roundhouse cars. Because the Athearn modeling is much nicer on the underside. Like these are the original Athearn, or these are the original roundhouse cars. The cross bracing underneath, that's actually string. You had to feed back and forth and stuff. Whereas the Athearn, it's plastic. You got much nicer roofs. There's there's a matching green inlay in the roof where the windows are. And the platforms and stairs and everything are much nicer. Except for the business car. The business car should have a full railing at the back of it, but it doesn't. I already know what the next batch is going to be. We're going to pull the centipede out. And the only steam engines I have are both Shays, so and that'll be at 10 o'clock when I switch those. I really am pleasantly surprised on this ES44 AH. I think it is. I gotta look in my book again. Yeah. The CSX Maryland unit is an AH, not an AC model. I don't know what the hell the difference is. Literally, yeah. The Broadway Limited Paragon 3 EMCEA was sent back to BLI. Originally, that was the only Paragon 3 loco I had. Everything else was Paragon 4 that has Keep Alive in it. And I always had problems running that loco on this layout. So I'm thinking, okay, I mean, I have feeds everywhere, but maybe it just needs the Paragon 4. And I originally arranged to have that done. It was going to be $50. I had to send my decoder in. They were going to send me out a new one. It would have been $150 if they did it. If I sent the whole engine in and then they took it apart. But when I got the day one and now the Hammerhead, those both have no Keep Alive in it and they run fine. I then found a video about Paragon BLI decoders, all of the different ones, which ones to buy, which ones not to buy, and Paragon 3 did have a problem with voltage, and that's exactly what's happening. It kept cutting out. So I sent it back because I don't think I need a Paragon 4 in that now. And while the EA is in shop, I'm having them remove the ducking, because that is my plan. The centipedes aren't going to get done, because those don't have any ducking to begin with. At least I don't think so. I'll have to double check. But everything else eventually is getting sent back in batches of 2 decoders each time to get ducking removed. It also popped into my head, if they can remove the ducking, can they change my warning horn setting to be more like the Paragon 4? So the Paragon 3 had 2, which is no horn, and 6. It blows the horns when you start, back up, and stop. But it does, to go, you have to start the locomotive and then it'll do it. Paragon 4 has another setting, number 14, which holds the locomotive until it's done with the horns, and then it'll start it. And hopefully they can not necessarily add 14, but maybe replace 6 with 14? Or replace 6 with what 14 does? I mean, I don't care what the numbers are I use, but I just don't want it to move until it's done with the horns. Well, that's not a train thing per se. That's a train, that's an airplane, and that's a ship thing. Also a car thing, police cars. You'll notice on, like, if they have a flag where the windows are, like on a pillar, the opposite, both, the blue with the stars is always towards the front, and it's always looking like the flag is waving with the stripes following. It's like that on an airplane, the wings and shit, the tail. Air Force One, the giant flag on the wing or on the tail, it's backwards. No, I shouldn't say that. It's the correct way, but when you're looking at it, it's backwards because the stars are in the front and not in the back. Or I should say the stars are in the upper right instead of the upper left, like the U.S. flag when you're looking at it. I just figured a better way. So our flag, a material flag, one that you put up on a flagpole. When you look at it one way, the stars are in the upper left. When you go around to the other side, the stars are now in the upper right. That's pretty much the same thing they did to an airplane. but with paint. The stripes are always towards the back, like like the wind is waving, you know, making it fly out the back. The stars are always in the front. So if you look at it from one side, the stars are in the upper left. You know, this side. If you look at it this side, though, the stars would be in the upper right, because the stars always go towards the front. But on this model, the side that you're looking at, the side that you actually see when it's by the camera, the stars are in the upper right, or I'm sorry, the stars are in the upper left, making the stripes go towards the front of the locomotive. Yes. Man, I don't have any car. The Amtrak I could use. So, okay, picture this loco. You're looking at it from the one side. The blue is in the front. The white is on the top, the red, but the blue is in the front. Now, what they essentially did was they took that paint job and said, okay, instead of the blue is in the front, the blue is on the right. And what they did was on the opposite side, the blue would now be in the back of the locomotive, because they look at it the same way, and the blue is on the right. But that's not necessarily how you want the blue in the front. They don't, honestly, it's a mistake that isn't made very much anymore. They did make it back in the 60s. What was it? The Burlington Northern? AHM, the passenger cars. So on one side, it was like a hockey stick. It was a green car with a white stripe, and on one side the white stripe came up this way, came up and went back, and you'd flip it over, and because it's on this side, it should be on this side, but they actually did it wrong, and they did it like this. So no matter which way you looked at it, it was always on that side. So when the train went around, your hockey hook is on this side, but now it's on this side. A mirror image. That's what I should be using. The flag, when painted on something solid, should always be a mirror image left to right. Like, can you imagine if Southern Pacific was written on this side of the engine, and, you know, they just literally copied like it would be a sticker. You don't want a sticker look. Well, I have a problem explaining things, because the way my brain thinks, I explain the way my brain thinks. Plus, ever since the heart attack, it takes me a while to come up with words. So I try if I can't think of the word, I'll try to go a different route and try to make the same point using different words. Like, I lose words all the time, like the whole mirror image thing. That would have been an easy way to explain it, but I could not find that word. That's what I get for taking that while having a heart attack. Yeah. I did it. I did that. I was having a heart attack in the car. Well, hindsight's 2020. I thought it was CO2 poisoning because my car had bad exhaust and all that stuff. So I opened the windows. I still wanted to keep the car running because it was super cold out. But exhaust-wise, I opened the windows. So I sat in the car for maybe 45 minutes having a heart attack. I then went to another store, and I actually went in and got Mountain Dew and came back. And as I'm walking back to the car, my leg stopped working. I couldn't make my leg take a step. I'm literally looking at my leg going, thinking to myself, take a step, and they would not move. So he ended up driving the rest of the way home. I came back home. Okay, I just need fresh air. Got to work the poison out of my system. It's the fresh air. So I just went down and took a nap for like 45 minutes, having a heart attack. Finally woke up. I'm like, this ain't getting better. So I call 911. In a matter of a mile and a half, they gave me 5 nitrous pills. They're giving me them so fast, the old one is still there, and they're putting a new one in. And I'm literally telling the guy, stop. Whatever you're putting in my mouth, it's burning literally like acid burning my mouth. My whole mouth felt like it was on fire. They finally yeah, you're having a heart attack. Get to the ER. Okay, everyone, at the count of 3, we're gonna move him. Stop. I put my arms up and I just said, stop. I'll move my damn self. I'm still mobile. The doctor's jaw drops to the floor. He's like, how the hell are you even moving? Yeah. And it was a widowmaker to boot. I had 100% blockage. It wasn't no minor heart. This was right off the bat, major heart attack, 100% blockage. But yeah, the doctors were, when they were trying to put me in the machine to do the operation, to do the procedure on me, to go into my heart, they wanted to help. I'm like, get away from me again. I'll get into the machine. Where do you want me, how do you want me positioned? I'll get in myself. They're trying to cut my clothes off. Stop. I can take my shirt off. Don't be cutting my clothes, damn it. Yeah, very, very stubborn. I will burn a bridge even if it screws myself. Like, I could have a friend that gives me $100 every time I see them, and if they say something that irks me the wrong way, I will go say, fuck yourself and get the fuck out, and screw myself out of $100 every time I see them. I have no problem doing that. Another thing is it wasn't hurting me like it hurts most. I've been in pain 24/7 since 3rd grade. Deteriorating cartilage. The 3rd grade, walking through a field, my leg just locks, and that's when I found out knee problems. I'm always in pain. When there's storms coming in, it gets a lot worse. So I have like grown up to be having a high tolerance to pain. My friends and family, bad leg. Why don't you get in the cart, in the motorized cart with, you know, when you're shopping? Because it hurts, but I can still walk. What about the person that can't walk at all? And I'm in that cart. I'm on that scooter. Granted, it hurts, but I can walk still. Oh yeah. I'm in the machine, and I remember, and it's kind of like, when you're having a heart attack, it's kind of like a dream. At least what was happening to me. I knew I was in the room. I knew I was in the machine. I knew people were right next to me. I'm looking at their torsos, but they sounded like they were 50 miles away, like a dream. And I remember hearing, where do we want to go in, the groin or the wrist? And I yell out, wrist! Top of my lungs, wrist! And it was a good thing I did. They had to put a special thing on my wrist because I'm on blood thinner, not a super blood thinner, for the procedure. And instead of doing a stitch, they put this like vacuum sealed contraption thing on the wound to keep it closed. And what did I went to itch my leg, and I moved it just the right way, and all of a sudden I'm covered in blood. And my thinking was, and you know, hindsight 2020, I'm glad I did it, because I'm a flopper when I sleep. I go side to side, on my back, on my side, on my back, on my other side. So if that was on my groin area and me flopping back and forth, oh, it would have been a mess. If you're listening, BOI, I can see the backwards flag. And it irks me. Okay, so you can see the backwards flag on stream? Because, I mean, it is really small. It still irks me about what they do. I'm waiting for them to email me that they say they have a Kansas City honestly, I can't remember what the hell railroad it is. It's the old Kansas City Southern that was bought out by Canadian National or whatever. So how did that work? I bought the Shay, and the Shay was somewhat the Shay was my fault. I bought the Shay. I didn't notice there was a notes section. As soon as I bought the Shay, I wrote to BLI saying, "This is the order. I want the ducking removed." Well, they shipped it out. It wasn't removed, and after that they got back to me. Yeah, there is a notes section. Okay, so when I bought the GP30, the Norfolk and Western, I said, "Have ducking removed." They shipped that out without removing the ducking because the shipper had no clue what the hell ducking was. Now, if it was me, I would ask someone, "What the hell does this? What does this mean?" It's a note. Obviously, it was left there for a reason. What does this mean? So they sent that out without removing the ducking. So I got to have that removed ducking too. And then this flag problem, I actually wrote to them. I said, listen, because of all these separate problems, how about this? You're going to fix the locomotive with the sticker. But because of all this hassle from all these other locomotives that you didn't do what you're supposed to do, if you have an extra one of these units where it's not claimed, I want to buy it for the original $199. I don't want to have to buy it for the price you put it in your refurb shop for as an unclaimed unit, because it's closer to the retail pricing of $350. Same thing happened with my Challenger. They were sold for $399, but I ended up paying like $6, even though I was in the club. Granted, that was sold before I was in the club, but I said, I'm in the club. Obviously, I was in the club to buy one. Being I was in the club, I want it for the $199. And they said, well, we won't know until like April about the extra units. I said, okay, I'll be waiting for an email. Okay, so ducking. Hold on. So 1852, I want to mute that. And I want to mute that, because this one's really bad at it. So listen to the volume of the chug at the end of the whistle. You hear how it comes back up in volume? That's what ducking is. It lowers the volume so you can hear the whistle better, I guess. I learned about this on the Challenger. The Challenger had the real big problem. When I would blow the whistle, it would literally do that to the sound. And then when the whistle was done, the sound would come back. So they told me to try some different settings, and I did. And okay, yeah, we found out where the problem is. The user can only change the ducking for the running session. Once you turn it off, it reverts back to its stock. So when I was playing around with the Challenger, I said, okay, let's try this. Setting 255 is no ducking at all. So I set the 4 things to 255, and it sounded so much better than any of my other locos. Because all the other locos, you can hear the sound ramp back up. I go, okay, and that's when I decided I don't want ducking at all. And I keep bitching at BLI. This should be a user changeable thing that is permanent, that you don't have to change it every time you go and use the locomotive. Honestly, you shouldn't have it to begin with. But the club loco I had, that was actually removed, the ducking. So far my 2 club locos are the ones with no ducking. The GG1 is going to have no ducking. When I get the EA back, it's going to have no ducking. And then I'm going to slowly send in my 2 Shays, my 2 Gooses, my GS4, the FEF, the GP30, the GP30, the GP35, and the NW2. All to get the ducking removed. the last time I played around with the centipede, I didn't notice any sound after the horn, so I don't think that needs to go back. But we're going to be running that at 10 o'clock anyway, so I'll be able to double check that for sure. But it's just, to me, now that I know about the ducking, I hear it. And I don't like it. The GS4 is the worst. That I have now. Actually, the Challenger, when I got it, was the actual worst. But I notice it in this one a lot. I notice it in the Shays. I don't notice it in the Blue Gooses, but I'm gonna, well, let me rephrase it. I do notice it in the Blue Gooses, but it's very minute. But I'm gonna have them removed anyway. Because another thing I'm gonna do is the Shay, because I have two of each, the Shay and the Goose. The Shay and the Goose is gonna go in, and then the other Shay and the Goose is gonna go in. In between the two, I'm going to get one set done, and then take both Shays to the Joe Trains on YouTube and let him review them, so he can then hear the difference between the ducking and non-ducking. Once you hear it, you can't unhear it. So sorry for that. And luckily, the sounds from the stream are, I'm going to use the word diluted. It's not the right word, but I'm going to use the word diluted enough to where it's not as bad as it is in person. No, D-A, the Joe. Give me a second. Come here, you crappy mouse. It's a channel that I think everyone should be subscribed to, because every Monday night he does a weekly recap of what's coming out. That's the link for the Joe Trains. But the recap that he does is really, really nice. Goes through scale trains, BLI, Walthers, Atlas, Trandon, weird companies I've never even heard of. Like just the other week, he was talking about a full brass locomotive company. But it's a great channel. On his Monday nights, he releases it because you get to see what's coming out. And you can maybe plan for it. Like right now, it's still hard for me, because when you first start, you go, oh, I want this, because it's all stuff that's out. So the very beginning of your hobby is really hard, because you're trying to get all these locomotives that you know is going to sell out at some point. Once you catch up to what's out on your list, your hobby becomes a lot easier money-wise. Oh, no, that's fine. I was just talking about what he does, the videos he does. It's a great place to be subscribed to, because you get to see what's coming out. And then I went into how the very start of your hobby, when you first get into the hobby, you see all this stuff that's currently out, and you want to get it before it sells out. So it's really taxing on your pocketbook. Whereas once you catch up to that list, now you're waiting for the companies to come out with the stuff, so it actually gets easier. You're not like me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, no, I'm not counting those. 1, 2, 3. No, hold on. What was out? The GS4 is 1. The FEF is 2. The Blue Goose is 3. The Black Goose is 4. That was 4 locomotives that was on my list right off the bat that I had to, that I wanted to get before they sold out. And there was actually more on my list that I didn't get them all. But once you catch up to your list of what's out, it becomes a lot easier. Like if I didn't have anything on my list, I'd be okay, waiting. Oh, the Shay came out. Okay, cool. Whereas I'm still trying to buy engines on my list while getting the stuff that's coming out now. There's one of your gooses. No, those are my 2 gooses. I have a 1951 to 53 blue goose. And then I have a fictional paint job that was a factory direct hobby did as an exclusive, which is all black. In my world, the blue goose is the train that was never retired. So kind of apply what happened to 844 to the blue goose. So the all black version was a selling point for me because at some point they would have taken the blue goose off of passenger and put it on the freight. And they would have painted it all black. It wouldn't have been a nice paint job anymore. They're 2 separate locomotives. I play them off as, because there's the same number, I play them off as the same locomotive. But physically, they're 2 different models. Yeah. See, on my needlet, I mean, and that's just the streamline. I got a Leith Valley streamline. I got the Yellow Jacket streamline. Okay, that's not a streamline. That's the Lima Locomotive Works. The Yellow Belly is a streamline. The Dreyfus is a streamline. The Commodore is a streamline. J-Class streamline. I-5 class streamline. I like my streamline. And being it's a museum, I'm going to try to do the claim to fame of the largest collection of streamlined locomotives in a single spot at a museum. Yeah, because I pass them off as the same locomotive because they're the same number. I'm anal compulsive. I don't like having 2 of the same number on the layout. Granted, they're on the layout because that's the only place to store them. Once I get a shelf, only one goose is going to be on the layout at the same time, and they're all going to have the same address. Yeah, old Willie in the paint booth, you give him a carton of Mountain Dew, man, he'll paint up a blue goose in no time. I also want to get the last engine I have to get, Blue Goose wise. I don't know how I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it somehow, though, is the 39 version. Now, a dream list, I would love to have them all. And then the second one that they did with no number on the tender but skirted, I would have to buy 3 of them. One of them stays the same. One of them gets some of the skirt cut off. The other one gets more skirt cut off. And then once all the skirts are off, that would be the 39 version. Again, I actually, in my post section, if you scroll back maybe a week or so, I actually posted a picture and I highlighted the sections as they came off. I highlighted the different sections of the skirt in the 3 sections they came off in. Because that's a little bit of a lost history. Years, maybe, early 2000s, I remember reading an article on the Blue Goose online somewhere, and they went through that stage of the cylinders and part of the drive wheel skirts were removed, and then the rest of the drive wheel and part of the cab skirt was removed, and then the rest of the cab skirt was removed. I don't necessarily know the exact dates, but it all happened within 1939 and maybe the beginning of 1940. Or I'm sorry, 1937, no, 38 and 39 and maybe the beginning of 40. Within a month, the first section came off that covered up the cylinders. They had to cut those because they weren't bolt on, bolt off. They were solid. So they got pissed at trying to work on the cylinders, so they just cut them off. If I join, should I get the same train as you, or should I get the... It doesn't matter. It's all what you want. Honestly, truth be told, if I had the money, I would get both. Because the more I look at that Christmas train, the more it's actually growing on me. Just as this, the green and the red are the exact color wrapping paper my parents used when I was a real little kid. I was the 5th of 5 kids. They did, and they used old paper. And it's just that it's the perfect color, and it reminds me of it. Would I run it? Yeah, but only during Christmas. Whereas the 250th anniversary issue one, I would run that year round. And I've actually made up a whole backstory of it already. It's not a real locomotive. Like the T1, Trust is building a steam engine from scratch right now. This locomotive was built from scratch. Because I can't get around the history. The original Commodore Vanderbilt, New York Central, pulled the 20th Century Limited. There was only one train. Only one of them done like that. And eventually they de-skirted it and re-skirted it into a Dreyfus because it was the same locomotive. So it went from looking like the Commodore Vanderbilt to the classic 20th Century Limited bullet nose. So even if I got the New York Central version of that locomotive, how would I get around it because it was re-skirted into the Dreyfus? Yeah, I mean, like I said, the Christmas train. Now, I am thinking of getting the Christmas cars because they match the Blue Goose. Really, really nice. Because it's that baby blue on the body of the cars. I might get that. I would have to actually see them though. Those would be coming out this summer. And then if I did get those cars, I would definitely get the Operation North Pole Kato Metro train. which is on my list, but it's a back burner type engine. Did I special order that? I might have special ordered it. I don't know if I canceled it. I might have. And normally when I change trains, I would actually use the switches and the turntable and stuff. But I don't want to keep stressing that turntable out because of the rail height difference. These engines are not light. And when they hit that point of fulcrum, it bounces down onto the turntable. And being that's only plastic, I don't want, so I'm kind of hodgepodging it where I shut the layout off and I'll actually move the train physically with my hands. I'd rather not use it until I can get that track done than use it and like fresh, stress it and crack the turntable or something. Because it even makes a noise. That Challenger, when it gets on that you hear it go doosh onto the table or onto the turntable bridge. I don't know. I'm gonna have to really think about that. They were $2.99 each, so that would be $5.98. I mean, I know for a fact if I don't get it, most likely I won't get it, the Christmas one. But I'll always be like, man, I wish I would have got that. And it's not something like a retail version where there's going to be, they're going to be on YouTube everywhere. Like, I mean, like a GP30, you can go online and get those left and right. Even that specific BLI one. Whereas a club locomotive, you're not going to be able to do that. Oh man, I gotta walk. I can feel my legs sticking. If I can even move it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, give me a saw, would you? Jesus. Ooh. You know what? Is rain coming? Because what just happened should not have happened. My leg actually just locked up. By just not even moving it, I felt it lock. What do I want? Weather. And it's also a GS4, the daylight learning thing. I did not want 4449, but it was either that or nothing at all. It was either that or no daylight at all. No, Tuesday. And Thursday is snow. And Saturday is rain and Sunday is snow. Great. Okay, so I'm not cutting my hair yet. I gotta go walk though. Oh. Man. talk about? Oh, that's right. My God, it's cold in my house. No, I was just talking about the Christmas loco and how something tells me I'm gonna be pissed that I didn't buy both. But I'm gonna spend the money on a loco I'll use year round versus one that I'm only gonna use for like a month or two. And then my leg locked up, and I realized that that's unusual for my right leg to lock up. And I had to go check the weather and shit on my phone, and I realized that it's going to be raining and then snowing and then raining and snowing again, so I'm not cutting my hair. And then I had to do a lap to just work the stiffness out of my legs. I'm an old fogey. When I was a kid, we used whale oil to light our lamps with, and we liked it that way. I wonder. I want to check something. Alrighty, I think that's a little bit better. Ah. My problem is my layout's too big. LOL. Go ahead, someone throw something at me. What kind of idiot model railroader complains his layout's too big? Doing a loco change. Alrighty. That's alrighty. Alrighty. That one goes there, but this one gotta go here first. Because we gotta make this train bigger now. Because we got big chungus coming out.
this one. We'll go here. Alrighty. Now, uh, 5832, right? Yeah, 5832. Passing. Bring this back. That would be reverse. Got big chungus coming out. Originally, I only wanted one of these, but because of how they're made, it didn't like my layout. So I had to get a second one to make the first one run right. And I know that sounds stupid, but because of the length of these locomotives and the drive, you know, the four-wheel trucks that are the drivers, if there's a little bit of a dip underneath that, it loses traction. And I do have dips. So the second one powers it through the dip. "13 inches long, 23 inches for both units." And as you can see, the overhang is crazy. Definitely, the only line this one can run on is the outside line. Oh, wait, nope, hold on. I'm gonna fuck it all up there. Okay. Forgot my passing siding. Alrighty. Now, Okay, right throttle forward. Well, that would be the centipede and the GG1. Possibly still the P5A, that BLI's current locomotive, electric locomotive. I know enough, just enough, I know enough about Pennsylvania to be able to talk about the stuff I have so far. I've never really been into a Pennsylvania railroad. Get a little cowbell. Yeah, I gotta raise the bells on those too, don't I? Oh, I don't care what people don't like. I'll run what I have. I like the centipede. I don't necessarily like Pennsylvania. I like the centipede though, because it's unusual. Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn all those volumes up too. Okay, so what do I need to do? The Conrail prime mover needs to go up. The CSX everything. The Shea, whistle, and bell need to go up. The Shea is that nice of a locomotive. I already bought a second one. Granted, the second one is from the refurb shop. But that doesn't mean anything. That's still brand new, at least for me. It's all checked out by the company that made it and all that stuff. Okay, the bell's on that, fine. Oh, that's right. So let's mute this, let's mute that. Yeah, I don't hear it in the centipede. Then again, they're two centipedes, so. Yeah, nope, this one's good. So the centipede does not have to get sent in for programming. Yes, in essence, that's what I did. Both of them are the same address. Both of them have the same settings throughout everything. You know, custom settings wise. Unit 2, volume wise, is 10 under Unit A, or Unit 1. It didn't sound right with them both at the same level. The only thing I had to do special was CV29 on the second unit. You set it as run in reverse. And what that does is it switches the direction. The back is now the front is now the back type deal. So when you go forward, it still goes backwards. When you go backwards, that second unit, because it's run in reverse, goes forwards. So pretty much you control, think of it as you're controlling the first unit and not controlling both units. Because again, they're the same address. Even though they're two different locos, I permanently coupled these two. They come with knuckle couplers, but I put the drawbar in. Because I figured if one stalls out and it has to push or get pushed or get pulled, it would be easier with a drawbar than doing it with couplers, because you could pull the couplers apart if it was enough resistance. I also, the one thing I did do is replaced both couplers with long shank. Just because of how the pilot shroud is made, what it was doing was hitting the hooks. If it was short, if it was the normal size coupler on the engine, the hook from the coupler that sticks down was catching on that pilot part. So I just threw a long shank on both sides and got rid of the problem altogether. Yep, it's the same horn that the GG1 is going to have. And it's the same air horn that the GS4 has. Heisler, or I'm sorry, Shea. The line 2 and line 3 are my two Shays. The line 2 is CNO number 7 as delivered, and the inside line is Greenbrier, Cheat, and Elk, number 14. Now, number 14 used to be a CNO engine. I can't remember the number, but Greenbrier, Cheat, and Elk is the railroad that ran from the CNO line in downtown Cass, West Virginia, all the way up to, was it Spruce something or other? And then it went down south. The GC&E was the original line for Cass Scenic Railroad is now. Just number. And paint job. That's it. Body style, it was only one body style that they did. I'm hoping for the future they come out with more. Because this was an experiment for them. I don't think they honestly thought it was going to be this popular. Because they actually made this was a retail sale, but they treated it like a club locomotive where they only built to the orders they got. It wasn't like the Blue Goose where they go, okay, we're producing 10,000 of them. Or the Centipede where we're producing 10,000 of them. Yeah, that's actually, I do that for all my engines. Okay, so it'll be over here. That's not good company. That's not going to work very well either. For example, can you see this? Okay, I gotta go with that. Yeah, it ain't gonna work. But for each locomotive I have, for example, the Blue Goose. So its address is 3460. Being that I have a second one, I have a also C locomotive number 10, which is the Black Goose. It was built by Baldwin. Its serial number is 62083. Its order number is unknown. It was for the Ashton, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railroad. The number of the locomotive is 3460. It's a 3460 class locomotive. It weighed 816,646 pounds. It had 84-inch drivers in a 464 configuration. 300 pounds per square inch boiler pressure. Its designed top speed was 120 miles an hour. Its tractive effort was 49,465 foot-pounds of torque. Its fuel was oil. The fuel capacity was 7,107 gallons. Its water capacity was 20,000 gallons. Its length was really? Okay. Let me double check that. Is that a typo? No, I guess it was. Okay. Its length was 102 feet 6 inches 3/4. I'm sorry, let me rephrase. 102 feet 6 3/4 inches. Its width was 10 foot 9 inches. Its height was 16 foot 8 inches. And I have that kind of information for every single loco. I then go into the history. I don't have this written down, but it was the date of delivery was January of 1938. The rest of them came in December of 37. This one took longer because of the shrouding. So it was the first built but last delivered, because they had to build it, all of them, and then they built the shrouding on the very first one. So it came from the factory in 3-tone blue with 3460 on the tender. I've extrapolated by looking at pictures. I've seen pictures of it with and without 3460 on the tender, with all of its shrouding, or all of its skirts. So I'm assuming, some of this I'm guessing at. In 39, well, let me rephrase it. I'm guessing on some of the stuff by breaking it into its individual lines. Some of this stuff might have been all done at the same time, especially the first two listings. So 3460 was removed from the tender in 38, sometime in 38. Also in 38, and now I know for a fact this was done within a month, so it would have been by February of 38. The cylinder skirts and the front half of the driver skirts were removed. It then went back in later in 38. The remainder of the driver skirts were removed, and the cab skirt was partly removed, aka shortened. In 39, the rest of the cab skirts were removed, bringing it up to what the final version looked like, and it was repainted with a black stripe under the silver band. In 1941, it lost its white walls. In 1945, all 6 locomotives went to Albuquerque to get rebuilt from a Super Hudson into, I shit you not, this is what they called it, a Super Duper Hudson. In 1950, the black stripe was removed. In 1951, they went from a tricolor blue, which is dark blue, medium blue, and light blue, to a dual color blue, which is medium blue and light blue. And in 1956, the actual locomotive was scrapped. Now, in my history, it was never retired. It was never scrapped. So in 1956, it wasn't scrapped. It was transferred to the freight and painted all black. And it did freight service for a long while. I should actually add it was stored. Because in 1961, it was put into excursion service. In 1977, it was stored. Actually, no, it can do freight until it went to excursion, and then it was stored due to firebox issues. In 1978, the firebox was replaced, the flues and tubes were replaced by Santa Fe themselves, and then the whole locomotive was donated to the museum, and it was put into service here. Now, I said locomotive, not tender. In 1984, they did a full restoration on the tender. In 1993, because 15 years, the flues and tubes were replaced. In 2008, again, 15 years, the flues and tubes were replaced. 2024, it finished a tubes, flues, and a full breakdown and restoration. And went back into service, and in 2039, the flues and tubes are due to be replaced again. The shays right now are roughly 20% power. They're a slow locomotive. Its max speed in real life was 26.3 miles. God damn it. Number 16. .7 miles an hour is their top speed. Let's go through. Oh, here I'm here. Might as well. We're 16. That's the first one. I want 15. No, I want 14. So, Lima number 7, which is the line 2. Or Shea number 7, which was the line 2. Built by Lima in December of 1903. Its serial number was 727. Its order number was 785. Now this is all real info. Like the serial and the order number and stuff like that, that's all real info in real life. It was made for the Chesapeake and Ohio Railway. It was labeled loco number 7. It was a Class D, as in dog, Shea. Its weight was 220,650 pounds. It had 46-inch drivers. And I don't have any explanation for that because I really don't know how they would gauge the Shea in the white notification, because technically that would be a 04440, I guess, because all the wheels were driving, so all of them were drivers, none of them were pilots. Its boiler pressure was 200 pounds per square inch. Top speed was 26.7 miles per hour. Its tractive effort was 53,000 pounds of foot-pounds of torque. The Shea, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in a caboose. The second Shea, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 with a caboose, and 2 N-scale steam engines. They got traction tires, so they pull. Its fuel was coal. It had a fuel capacity of 9 tons with 8,000 gallons of water. It was 70 foot long, 10 foot wide, 15 foot high, and that's a rough estimate because some of the information I don't have exact info on. It had a relatively uneventful life. The only thing I could really find was in 1923 it was retired and stored. I have no scrap date for it. So go on to number 14, which is the inside line. It was built by Lima in April of 1910. Its serial number was 1687. Its order number was 2248. It was built for the Chesapeake and Ohio Railway as locomotive number 11. It was a Class D Shea. It weighed 242,000 pounds. It had 46-inch drivers. Its boiler pressure was 200 pounds per square inch. Its speed was 26.7 miles per hour. Its tractive effort was 52,161 foot-pounds of torque. Torque. Again, it was a coal locomotive. Again, it was 9 tons and 8,000 gallons of water. 9 tons of coal, 8,000 gallons. 70 foot, 10 foot, 15 foot. In 1923, it was transferred to the Greenbrier, Cheaton, Elk Railroad as number 14. In 1932, it was transferred to the Western Maryland Railway as locomotive number 5, and in 1950 it was stored. And that's the actual history of those two locomotives. I haven't done any fictional stuff yet for it. The older the locomotive I have, the more I have built out its history. Green caboose, that would be the Illinois Terminal. That's another locomotive on my list that I'll never ever get, because it was a exclusive to a distributor, not a hobby shop. And none of the hobby shops I go to bought from the distributor. It was the Broadway Limited SD70 Ace NS Heritage Unit, Illinois Terminal. The same paint job as the caboose. But I found it on eBay. It was like $450 for the DCC sound version. I'm like, I cannot pay that. At least right now. I'll probably end up paying like $600 for it in like a couple years. Or in a year or so. Unless I see one in the refurb shop, which I doubt. No, it's actually like a Mountain Dew lime green. Again, because of the lighting of the shop light, it changes the color of some of the stuff. So let's go to number 6. So it's weird how this worked out. And they must have known this, because these two centipedes are actually a matched set. Even though they're different numbers, it was a matched set because they were built in pairs originally to run just as they are now, AA sets. So the first one, which is the very first locomotive, it's the A1 unit with the antennas. It was built by Baldwin in January of 1948. Its serial number is 41. Its order number was 7385A1. Now, pretty sure I added the A1. Hold on. 11. Yeah. The A1 and A2 that I'm going to reference, except for the engine number, I have added. So the order number was 7385, and because it's the A1 unit, I added A1. It was built for the Pennsylvania Railroad. Its original number was 5832A1. Now this will coincide with the second unit later. It was a DD 12-815/2 centipede. Its weight was 595,000 pounds. It had 40-inch drivers in a 2-D, as in dog, plus D-2 wheel arrangement. Its engine was a 608 SC, designed for 120 miles an hour. Its tractive effort was 102,500 pounds of torque. Its fuel source was diesel. Its fuel capacity was 3,500 gallons. it had 3,000 horsepower. Its length was 91 foot 6 inches. Its width was 10 foot 4 3/4 inches, and its height was 15 inches. In or about 1950, it was renumbered from 5832A1 to 5832. In 1951, it was transferred to freight use. So my guessing is they would have removed the 5 stripe and put a single stripe, a fixed single stripe on. Now for Unit 2, the second unit, Baldwin, February of 48, serial number 42, order number 73385. Again, I added the A2 for the Pennsylvania Railroad. Its number was originally 5832A2, and I did not add the A2. That's what they were, because again, they were built as pairs. You had 5832A1 with the antennas, 5832A2 without the antennas. Again, DDR 12-8-1500/2, 595,000 pounds, 40 inch in a 2-D plus D-2, same engine, 608 SC, 120 mile, 102,500 pounds of torque, blah, 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 blah. It's all the same as the other unit. In 1950, it was renumbered to 5820. And in 1951, it was transferred to freight service. This is what someone with OCD actually does with their trains. They research the shit out of them. Like I said, I have a sheet like that on every single loco I have. I already have the GG1s. Wait a minute. Yeah, I do already have the GG1 printed out, I bet. 19? Yeah. So the GG1 that is still coming, its address is 4880 because that's its locomotive number. Its builder was the I know I'm going to say this wrong, Gentura Shops in Altoona, Pennsylvania, and GE. Some of them were built by both, some of them were only built by GE. This was a both one. February of 1939. Its serial number is 4349. I don't know the order number. It was for the Pennsylvania Railroad as number 4880. It was a GG1. It weighed 475,000 pounds. Now, this is where I need to go back and fix it, because the GG1 actually has pilot wheel and driver wheels that are separate sizes. The driver wheels were 57 inch. I want to say the pilot wheels were like 42 or something like that. In a wheel arrangement of a 2-C plus C-2. Its motors were 12 GEA-627-A1 motors. It had 12 of them because it was an electric. Each wheel had its own motor, I guess. It was designed for 100 miles an hour. Its tractive effort was 65,500 pounds of force. its electrical system was 11 to 13.5 kilovolts at 25 hertz AC. Its horsepower was 4,620. It had, because it was electric, this has extra info because it had a steam generator also. It ran on oil. Its fuel capacity for the oil on the engine was 424 gallons. Its water capacity was 2,760 gallons. Again, that was not for the locomotive itself, that was for the steam generator. Because again, this is the first electric, so I'm still kind of working out its like setup for the pages and what info to add. Its length was 79 foot 6 inches. Its length was 10 foot 6 inches. Its height was 15 foot. Again, not much history about this locomotive. It goes from the build date of February 39 to 1955, where it got the Congressional Paint Scheme. In 1968, that's when everything was transferred to Penn Central, passenger-wise. In 1976, that was when everything was transferred to Conrail. In 1976, Conrail didn't need this specific locomotive, so they contracted out that's all, folks. They contracted it out to New Jersey Department of Transportation, which it ran until 1983 when it was retired and presumably scrapped. Now, fictional wise, in 1983 it wasn't retired. Well, maybe it was, but it was transferred to the museum. And in 2026, obviously because I'm getting it now, is when it finished its $2.1 million restoration, rebuild, and decontamination. The reason the GG1 was by far one of the best electric locomotives made, even today. The new electric locomotives, the cylinder stuff, it only goes faster, but running-wise, the GG1 was better. They got rid of them because there was so much toxic material in them. It had asbestos in it. It had some kind of weird chemical that caused cancer in the cooling lines for the whatever it needed cooling for. But yeah, it was loaded with PCBs and dangerous shit. That's why they're not used anymore. And I actually wrote this out, and about 2 hours later I was watching a video on the GG1, and they actually said if someone actually wanted to actually do one of these and make it so it would run, where they would be able to run it again today, it would, and he goes, it would probably cost $2 million. And immediately I pointed at my screen, I go, ha! I just made that figure up 2 hours ago, and how close I was. Because I just pulled 2.1 million out of my ass, literally. I actually already have that kind of info made out for the Club Loco, although I don't have it printed yet because I don't have the I'm not getting the locomotive for any time soon. But its serial number is 1, its order number is 1, its builder is Clintonville Model Railroad Museum currently. I still got to figure out a business name for like the building side of it, so that's going to change. The year it came out is going to be 2026. when its build date was going to be. The technical info I took from the Commodore Vanderbilt, as in the boiler pressure, the weight, the drivers, stuff like that. But its class, I labeled it as a J3A Commodore Vanderbilt clone. And luckily for the internet, because I have no clue how to look any of this information up. If I had to go and look this stuff up, I'd have no clue what to look into. Honestly, a lot of the info I'm getting for like the weight and stuff like that is from Wikipedia. The serial numbers and the order numbers I get from looking up, like for the CSX Western Maryland 1852 pictures, and it would take me to I can't remember what the website's called, railpix.net or something like that, but they give like the serial numbers and the order numbers and stuff like that on those sites. The GS4 one, like I said, I don't like the GS4 because it's 4449, and I'm stuck in its real history so bad. So what would that one be? I got to go back to my index. S7. That's 6. Here, this is 7. So, for instance, the GS4. It was built by Lima in May of 1941. Its serial number is 7817. Its order number was 1152. It was built for the Southern Pacific Railroad with number 4449, and it's a GS4 class. It weighs 870,600 pounds. It had 80-inch drivers in a 484 arrangement. The boiler pressure was 300 pounds per square inch. It was designed, most everything was designed for 120 miles an hour. The tractive effort was 78,650 pounds of I can never get that right. Foot-pounds of torque, because I'm pretty sure that's how tractive effort is. It was an oil burner. Its fuel capacity was 5,880 gallons of fuel oil and 23,500 gallons of water. It was 110 foot long, 10 foot wide, 16 foot 4 inches high. So it was a tall one. In 1957, now this is all real, up to 86. In 57, it was retired and stored at the Roundhouse at Bakersfield, California. In 1958, it was moved to Oaks Pioneer Park in Portland, Oregon. In 1974, it was moved from the park to Hoyt as in Hoyt Street Roundhouse in Portland, Oregon, where it went through its bicentennial work. In 1975, it returned to service in the Freedom Train scheme. In 1977, it was returned to the Hoyt Street Roundhouse. In 1981, it was repainted in the Daylight scheme for Rail Fair 81 and the opening of the California State Railroad Museum, I think. In 1986, now this is why I bring it up to 86. In 1986, it appeared in the movie Tough Guys, the best train movie ever. The star of the movie is not the people, it's 4449. Now, we'll go to the fictional. In 1987, it was transferred to the museum. And again, it's a 15-year cycle. In 2002, the flues and tubes were replaced. In 2027, the flues and tubes were replaced. In 2032, the tubes and flues are due to be replaced. And that's why I don't like dealing with real surviving locomotives. It's because I have to chop its real history. So for instance, what are we on, 7? We're on the right, 7, okay. When this gets around to the camera, I'm going to bring it down to 1% power. And you'll see how much of a creeper this is. Now, I don't know if it would be better or worse than stock. What I did was, on the chaise, so on the chaise, I switched it, 2 main settings I changed. Let me just kill this guy down so I can talk. So the CV5, the voltage high, stock is 205. I brought that down to 195. Its mid voltage was 50. I brought that up to 125. And I bring the mid voltages up high because of how BLI does their sound. Anything over 50% and you slow down, it'll cut the sound out until it slows, and then it'll, once it slows down to the speed that you have it set at, the sound will start again. By upping that mid voltage, it alleviates that, because most of the time I don't run, because of how I do stuff, I don't run over 50% power anyway. So this is 1% power on track 2. I'll come back in 10 minutes when you can see it on screen. It's just off camera. You know what, I'm going to speed it up and then slow it down once I see it. Okay. So that's 1%. Now, I actually ran it around, this was back before I finished mainline 3. So what it did was it used this curve over here, but it went like this up into this line, and this line went straight into the number 3 curve. And then it went through another switch and came back into number 2, because I didn't have the number 3 curve. I didn't have this track. So I ran it on my shortest distance, and it took over a half hour. It took like 39 minutes or something for it to go from where it started to where it ended on 1% power, which is what it's running at right now. So we'll speed this up again to normal. And it doesn't start chugging until 3%. That's 10%. I'll tell you a really crazy story. So at one point, this girl came over here, and she intended to come over here to fool around. Well, I got to talking about trains, and I ended up talking about trains for the full, like, 4 hours that she was at the house. No hanky-panky that day. And I didn't even find out until she's like, well, I guess we can't mess around. I got to go home now. I'm like, wait a minute, hold up here. You mean I talked about trains this whole time and could have been doing something a hell of a lot funner? God, it's so nice running that Centipede. I don't get to run it. I don't run it often because it's just so big. That is actually one train I do want to do, though. I got to research what kind of cars the Centipede would have pulled. And then I want to get a bunch of Pennsylvania cars. I still want Union Pacific cars. I still want Santa Fe cars. The Chesapeake and Ohio set was a special thing because you could only get it in a set. If there was a way that I could just buy a coach car or two, I would have done that. Because I don't really necessarily like matching set because it's a museum. They should all be different, I think. But this set, man, that is a sexy set. And it's sexy enough, it's a nice enough set that I'm really considering buying the new set. The Harmon Arch cars. And that I would actually do in the daylight paint scheme. It's only a 6-car set, and they're short cars. They're not long cars, like the Chesapeake and Ohio. They're short, like the Great Northerns. 50, 60 footers. But it's really the only thing that matches the daylight. I can't. It's too expensive to buy the BLI daylight cars. Hell, the tail car is like $400. And that's just a single car. The other cars, they were dual cars. They were articulated cars. Those are like shit. Super money. But it's a good cheap way to get a daylight constants going, and it would kind of match along. I want the daylight cars from Rapido that are coming out. It's power generator cars. It's a 2-car set. That's a DCC sound. It's expensive, it's like $200, but for a daylight paint scheme, I mean, I'd be willing to pay that. And go with the cheaper Athearn cars. And maybe go overboard with the cheaper Athearn cars and get the roundhouse cars too. See, I don't know. I'd have to get the cars to see if I could do that. because I could actually double the train and get the roundhouse cars and the Athearn cars, and then just replace the bottoms of the roundhouse cars with the Athearn bottoms. I would have to buy extra, spare parts cars. I would have to buy. And then I would throw in my dome car there in the mix. So, I mean, that was like $120, that dome car. Versus I can get the whole 6-car set from Athearn. 120 for 3 car, and that's MSRP, 120 for 3 car, and then 30 for each of the 3 cars remaining from Athearn. I also want to get a small engine so I could pull the 2 4-car sets by themselves. Like an old American, but there is no one that makes it besides Bachmann, and I'm not buying the Bachmann. I want DCC sound for sure. I think the only alternative is the 280 from BLI, or one of the smaller ones from Athearn. But again, when you go into the Athearn steam engines, you're going down in quality, detailing wise. Yeah, this is a single horn. That's it on the Centipedes. The cab forward, the Centipedes, the GG1, the cab forward, and the GS4, maybe GS5 and GS6 too, they all had the same horn. I'm not quite sure what it's called, but it's a single tier horn. This is why I want to find another microphone like I have that I'm talking on, because I want to put the this used to be right next to the computer, the microphone. When I started doing the train stuff, I moved it into the train room, the bedroom. I should have bought 2 of these when I had the chance. It was only $30 for this whole setup, the arm and the mic and everything. They're nice mics. I may have the modulation and stuff off because of what I'm trying to do with the sounds. But when I used it for the fish and just my voice, it worked great. We've been going for an hour again on this? Yeah. I got 2 more hours left for the 12. At this point, might as well do the 12 if people are still watching. It says 6 people. I don't know. I'm definitely 2 of them. I might be 3 of them. No, I'm definitely 1 of them. I might be 3 of them. I don't know if by watching the stream from my own channel, if that counts as a viewer or not. But I got the laptop going and I got the desktop going. On the desktop, I have 2 different accounts going on 2 different browsers watching it, because it's views. YouTube doesn't push my videos because I pick it as it's not kid friendly. because of I swear. I can't say shit and stuff like that if I put it as a kid-friendly stream. I'm very, you know, I love the Centipede. I really do. I wish I had a bigger layout. Like, I picture this Centipede with like 20 cars behind it. Shit, right now I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 cars. But they're not real cars. You know, when you're getting into the 34 footers, I would count 2 of those as a single car. Honestly, the Concours, those are light cars. I'd count like 2 of those as a single car too. Yeah, that I don't like either. What point is a community base when you can't have a community? Honestly, that's kind of the main reason. But the other main reason is I swear. And, you know, I had a kid at one point. I wouldn't want my kid, granted, I wouldn't have them, I wouldn't care if they're watching trains. I'd be like, cool. But if the person was swearing like I do, I wouldn't want my kid watching it. That being said, if you let your kid watch this, I mean, you're the parent. If I know someone is under 18, I'll be like, dude, you know, this channel is not the best. It might not be the channel for you. If they're under 13, if I know they're under 13, I wouldn't even let them talk. One, I don't think under 13, I don't think you can even be on YouTube for under 13. That's gonna irk the shit out of me now. I gotta go look up that horn. This? I don't know where the horn section is. Yeah, it doesn't say. It just says I got a choice of 0, 1, and 2 for the different bells. Hey, AT. Coming in at the end of it, but we got about another 45 minutes or so. I've been going since 1. Oh, wait, no, I could go to 1. I started at 1, didn't I? This is the last batch of engines, though. I'm gonna end the stream with these when I end it at 1. I'll do the full 12. Oh, no biggie. I ran almost everything today, engine-wise. No, I didn't. There were like 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 engines I didn't run. But I was switching them out every 3 hours. What did I start with? Man, what the hell did I start with? Blue Goose. Man, I can't remember now. The 2 Shays and the Centipede was this one. Before that was the Western Maryland Heritage Unit, the Conrail, and the Black Goose. Before that, man, how did I do that again? Oh, I'm good. I got 19 locos now. Well, no, 19 is coming. I got 18 now. Oh, I gotta look at my sheet again. Yeah, I got 18 now. One of them's in the shop at BOI. I just bought the 19th loco. That's coming in like the next week. Actually, the 20th loco also, which is the next year's club loco I already bought. I got the Blue Goose, the Black Goose, a GS4, FEF2, the Challenger, the 2 Shays, the Centipede AA unit, an E8 Amtrak Day 1, C30-7 Conrail, GP30 Low Hood Southern Pacific, GP30 High Hood Long Hood Forward Norfolk and Western, the GP35 High Hood Wheeling, RS3 Hammerhead, and the NW2. Next week, no, not with next. The first week of April, I'm going out to Lombard. I'm going to be buying a number 6 switch and some number 4 switches, and we're going to add yeah, I'm getting 3 switches. I'm getting the number 6, 2 right-hand number 4s. One of the right-hand number 4s is going over in the yard to get me another line. One of them is going in the diesel yard. One of these number 4 switches, which are left-hand, it's going to go over in that line to start the passenger yard. Yep, the 250th Commodore Vanderbilt. Well, the stuff I have on order yet, the Rapido dual GP40 set, the 1876 and 1976 in the wood case. I got that on order. The Rapido Amtrak non-revenue paint job E44 electric loco. The Commodore Vanderbilt, the Club Loco, and then I got the Chicago Northwestern ES Class Yellow Jacket, 1952 version, number 620. That's supposed to come out yet. Oh, the Abraham Lincoln? Made by Walthers? Dude, I'm telling you, if BLI comes out with that, I'm buying that. I like, if that's the locomotive I'm thinking of, yeah, the Abraham Lincoln. I dug that. I really did. Even though it's going to be the same situation as the CSX Western Maryland unit, where it's too new to fit into my layout, I still want it. Same thing with the SD70 Ace in the Illinois terminal. It wouldn't fit in my layout, but I still want it. As you can see, I added another camera. I'm going to be adding a third camera yet. The fourth camera is still going to be waiting. I'm just trying to do so much with I'm trying to do too much with with the money I have. I need 2 different camera setups, but I need switches too. So I'm splitting the difference, kinda. I'm getting a camera setup. I'm getting the switches, and I'm actually gonna get the interior for the car that I had specially made. Finally, for like $10. And when I do that, I'm gonna ask him if he can think up a custom interior for a combine that would go along with the presidential coach, the railroad president car, for the 2 silver roof here. I set the silver roof observation car, or the business car, up as the president's office car for the railroad president. I honestly think that I'm going to see a lot more Trek being bought this year. versus locos and cars and stuff. Along with a shelf. I'm going to be buying from Amazon. It's $200. 58 inches long, 6 shelves high for storing trains. Ooh, that sucks. I don't like the word custom. Although I did see a locomotive I actually did add to my list. I want to say Athearn makes it. It's a U25 something or other, numbered 350. It's the locomotive that my original very first locomotive from 1984 was supposed to be. But back then they hodgepodged it and put it on a, I don't know what the hell kind of body it's on. That's kind of why I like the Conrail so much. It's the same body as my very first train, but it's a triple wheel truck instead of a dual wheel truck. Whereas my very first train, the loco number wasn't even supposed to be that body style. It's not supposed to have wings at the back. It's supposed to be just straight. Give me a second. I'm gonna post a link in you might not even know about this place, but it's where I go and look for brass stuff. Now, I've never ordered from them. That's brasstrains.com is the place. I've never ordered from them, but they seem to have nice stuff. And really, it's the only place I would ever be able to find my Chicago and Elgin trolley cars that I want. Because I do want a trolley car, specifically for Chicago or an Elgin. Okay. I was actually looking at them the other day, man. I almost bought from them. I really did. I can't remember which one it was because I found both of them recently, but they were just way too expensive for me right now. I found a place that had the BLI Dreyfus, and I found a place that actually had the BLI Yellow Belly. Not the yellow jacket that's coming out, the yellow belly, the C&O one that's at the B&O Museum. The yellow and the silver. Oh wait, no, that was a Paragon 3. That's why I didn't want it. It was a good price, but it was Paragon 3. for the yellow belly. Want to get a little crazy? Takes a little while for it to catch up, because I got momentum on most of my stuff. It's actually British. Thomas. Rails of Sheffield. Oh, that's funny because that's not a British locomotive at all. Toby is not a Toby is an American locomotive. Toby is actually, was it a Shay? I think it was a Shay. Originally they built like body cars over the Shay. Look up Model Railroader HQ. They have them. Yeah, Toby was a steam engine box cab, and I'm pretty sure it was a Shay. Now I'm curious. Now I gotta go look. No, it's not there anymore. I mean, I honestly don't know what it is, but I know what it looked. I mean, it was just a box. Because the original Shay was a vertical boiler right in the middle. So they pretty much built like a box around it so they could be out of the weather. Look at Rapido, UK. You better check about Merklin, because I'm pretty sure that's 3-rail. And what that is it looks just like HO track, but in the center there's a bunch of pins in the center of the track. Yeah, just make sure you're getting, when you're getting into Merklin and stuff like that, because they do both, you make sure you're getting the right version. Because it would, y'all know it would suck you get the wrong version, you know. Because they don't work with each other, I don't think. A 3-rail can be easily converted to a 2-rail. But a 2-rail is a pain in the butt to convert to a 3-rail or something like that, or vice versa. I actually watch a guy that runs, his whole layout is 3-rail. And he was looking for a locomotive and looking for a locomotive, and I'm like, okay, boom, found it, and I sent it to him. Within like a half hour, I found the locomotive that he couldn't find at all. And he bought it. And it's a gorgeous locomotive. It was like, had a wrap on it. Had stars and like, almost like a nighttime scene or something on it. Crank that one up to 75 or 25%. And I gotta say, the centipedes, they are nice looking. I think this is going to be the longest the Centipede has ever ran. I'm going to run that sucker for 3 hours. Oh, and the BLI GG1 is the first one that is considered a fixed pilot. Because on the Bachmann version, the coupler box and everything was attached to the pilot wheel, and it would turn with that. This one, it's framed back into the driving wheels. The coupler, the pilot wheels are free floating, so the coupler isn't attached to the pilot wheels, it's attached to the driver's set. Oh, I ran the Blue Goose for 12 hours straight. Again, I don't really run this one much. Originally, I only wanted the one unit. But it didn't like my layout. Because of how it's constructed, I have dips. And every once in a while on a dip, because the two pilots on the front and the back would hold up the driving wheels. They wouldn't let it fall into the dip. So I was forced to get the second unit. I love the train, it's just the layout's not big enough for a 23-inch, motive power. What I should have done was got one. I bought the Pennsylvania first. The second unit I should have got like a different railroad, but oh yeah, they do. Yeah, they most definitely do. I've caught them lately a lot. My club loco wasn't even supposed to be sent out to me yet because they didn't even know about the problem until I brought it up to them when I saw a real video of the real locomotive, and I figured out that their flag is backwards on the locomotive. So now they're rushing to get yes. Well, no, in real life they were always ran in tandem. They were a semi-permanently coupled unit. They didn't have rear couplers. The only coupler they had would connect to the rear coupler of the other unit, as far as from what I've gathered. But I really dig the 5-stripe. And this is set up in the later year, because originally both units were the same number, but A1 and A2. At some point they took all the A2s and renumbered them, and this has the renumbering. So 5832 stayed 5832, or I'm sorry, 5832 A1 turned into 5832, and 5832 A2 turned into 5820. And that happened sometime in the 1950. Steam engine wise, I'd have to say the Shea. Diesel wise, my favorite diesel, just because of the horn, is Conrail 6600, the C30-7. As for the Shay, I like my refurbished Shay more than I like my brand new Shay. I thought I would like the, what they call, as delivered prototype paint job. Or, I'm sorry, as delivered demo paint job. The gray or the green boiler and the cylinders and stuff. But the all black Shay that I got as the refurb, I really, really like that one. They actually made me make a whole new map in my mapping project. When I got the Greenbrier elk and, or no, Greenbrier Cheatin' elk Shay, which was the refurbished Shay, I started researching the railroad. And that's when I found out that what we call Cass Scenic Railway is actually the Greenbrier Cheatin' elk. They're the ones that made that line back in the day. So I ended up mapping their whole system, the Greenbrier Cheatin' elk system. And that connected to the Western Maryland, and that's going to take a long while because it goes through like 3 states. But I've started on the Western Maryland system. I do kind of like those old horns. Does this one have that? No. I know the Centipede and the GG1 had the exact same horn, along with the Daylight. Its air horn is the same horn. It must be dropping temp outside. It's actually starting to get cold in this room, even with all the lights on. No, not much. Only 41. So it hasn't dropped that much. But yeah, I'm going to turn the heat on. But what I will do is close the vent. Oh, that's cool. Honestly, it's really easy to do mapping in Google Earth Pro, the computer version. you just go over to the little like file tree, right click it, and you want to add a path. And then you just click, 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 and it makes the path. Curves are a pain in the butt because to make the curve look right, you got to go real close to each other. Maybe 60 feet, every 60 feet, where in a straight you can do like miles between dots. Man, let me tell you, it's addicting. And then you got to use a lot of different websites. Historic Aerials is a real good one. Whatever state you're in, their 1939 aerial photograph set, if you have access to it, is great. Historic Aerials because they got the topo maps. Sometimes it's easier to look at a topo map at a rail line than it is the 39 aerial photographs, for the sole fact that the topo is marked. They don't necessarily do all the current lines they have. They'll mark the main line, but by going back and forth, you can go, okay, then this line is this railroad, and this line is this railroad, versus if you're looking at a yard on a picture, you don't know what is what. The Centipede is the only 4884 diesel ever made. The GG1 is the, I don't know about the GG1 is a 4664, but I don't know if it was the only one ever made. Yeah, Centipede's running today. Pictures of the railroad and aerial pictures are two different things. Aerial photographs, you're looking at the rail lines as like roads. You can see where the rail lines are. Oh, and Sanborn fire insurance maps? They're a great resource also. Library of Congress, I think it's .gov. And then you search for Sanborn maps. And just keep following the links until you can like get to the states and shit like that. Yeah, we got Big Chungus out at about, what was it, 9 o'clock? No, 10 o'clock. Yep, I call the centipede the Big Chungus. It's by far the biggest locomotive I've ever seen. Being that they did always run AA units, that is a complete engine in a sense. I don't know. What's wrong with the audio? Nope, no microwave here. Audio sounds fine to me. It could be the dual shays that's doing it because they have an unusual chug pattern. Okay, it must be your computer, dude. Maybe, hit it upside that side. Hit the computer. When you hit the computers, they usually start working. I used to fix my TV like that all the time. Better for you? Something tells me it's the double shays. Oh wait, have you cleaned your ears today yet? Maybe it's some earwax, I don't know. Yeah. Okay, mute that and mute that. That's a single shay. How's that sound? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's the double shays that are doing it. Especially since I have them both at different speeds. And I have 2 centipedes running. You know, I am so happy I bought that first centipede. I paid $199 for it. Because the hobby shop only had that one. They didn't have the second one. So no one wanted it. Now the second unit I paid like normal retail price, $220 or something like that. No, $250-ish. Wait, what? You're talking about the two and those are called shays. They're actually logging locomotives. Slow speed, high torque. The boiler's offset. So all 3 cylinders are on one side. And it was a drive rod system that ran the wheels. All the wheels were powered. Oh yeah. For a centipede, $199. The switcher, the NW2 switcher, or the NW2 switcher, that I have was $199. Wait, was it? Now I'm curious. Maybe I'm getting them mixed up. Was it the EA that was $199? Centipede 1. Really? I paid that much for that thing? No. Okay, I mixed them up. The EA I paid $199 for. I paid $249 for the... No, I paid $249 for the second centipede. The first centipede was around the same, $244. Yeah, the EA and the NW2 were the same price at $199. I bought both of those on the same day. Oh! Yeah, those are N-scale locomotives. That's the next size down from HO. That's what this board was actually made for, as N-scale layout. I forgot I even had those on there. Okay, platform. Okay, yeah, those are actually called. Here they call them flat cars in America, and those are heavy-duty flat cars from the military. Rapido makes them, but as of right now, I don't have any loads, so I figured I'd pull my very first N-scale steam engine, which was the 060, and then my beautiful J3A that I melted because I didn't have the rule of watching the locomotive do a complete circle before I walked out of the room. It got hung up on a switch and melted. So I keep that as a reminder to always follow the rules. Do a little cowbell. Well, the 060 is a Bachmann. The J3A is a Concord from, early 90s, mid 90s, I'd say. The best. The Concord J3As are one of the best N-scale trains you could ever buy. They run beautifully. Then again, Concord makes some nice stuff. My dad had the Aero train from Concord, and he had the Zephyr from Concord, and he had another one. I can't remember what the hell the other one was named. Great running locomotives. I had a hell of a collection of Concords, J3As. I think between me and my dad, we had probably 10 different ones. All different. In fact, Concord J3A, they did a Blue Goose also. But what it was a modified Dreyfus shell. I loved it. And it's a shame because right now it's just sitting in the box, degrading, not being ran. Because if someone who will remain anomalous is a fucking lazy piece of shit and won't wire the layout back up. Because another idiot who will remain nameless help the first person who will remain nameless move the layout, and after they moved the layout, the second idiot who will remain nameless went and cut all the power feed lines. And I tried to be the, you know, the good person. I got like 30 foot of wire and a bunch of the suitcase connectors, and I put it in the bag, and I tried to give it to him, and he didn't want it. Although idiot number 2 makes idiot number 1 look like a fucking genius. I will say that. Plus, N scale isn't good at all because it doesn't have a real blue goose. It does have a Shay, but it doesn't have a real blue goose. Well, the problem is it's a lot of nice stuff that's just, when you leave stuff sit, that's what damages it. If you run the locomotives, it keeps the oil and everything fluid. When you just sit it in the closet or something, it just turns into concrete, and it literally ruins everything. And the fact that like 25% of the stuff is mine. About 25% of the N scale is mine. I don't know how much he has. I'll say 1% of his HO layout is mine. I was looking for trains for like 3-4 years. Where the hell are they? I don't know. Everywhere at my parents' house. Looked. Couldn't find them. Ends up, they were on this guy's layout. How he thinks a box that says 1996 is his when he wasn't even, he stopped doing trains in like the 70s. I have no clue. But he did say, yeah, it's a hell of a runner. I said, yeah, because it's mine. No, it isn't. I said, yeah, it is, because yours was a AHM, not an IHC. Yours was built in the 60s, not the 90s. Yours was a blue B&O locomotive. That's a black Illinois Central. I don't know how people can be so fuzzy on details of stuff they actually own. Like, how do you get the color wrong on the locomotive that you own? But as soon as I go up into the attic, I got a blue, I can't remember if it's a 464 or a 462, but it's a blue B&O that's going to be on this layout as a display. He ain't getting any of his train shit. I'm taking it all. It's all shit anyway. Really? Concord Zephyr HO. Well, looks like I have something to go look up on. See, I don't think it's dementia at all. I think he knew, and he knew that was a better locomotive. But, like I said, as soon as I get up into an attic, I'm going to have like 5 or 10 locomotives. They'll never run on this layout because they're DC and old as fuck, but I'll display them on lines. Weather them up real good, like they just sitting in the weather for a couple years and shit. Well, pretty much all the steam engines. The Challenger has smoke, the FEF has smoke, the GS4 has smoke, the Blue Gooses have smoke. The Shays, the Shays have smoke, but I have them off right now because I honestly think I found a programming error that's causing the smoke units to burn up. So in the CVs, a CV is made up of 7 bits. Each bit has a number assigned to it. Bit 7 is 128, bit 6 is 64, bit 5 is 32, and all the way down to bit 0. So when I go and read the CV for every single locomotive I have, HO-wise, besides the Shays. The Shays, I consider those N-scale, because it's an N-scale smoke unit in it, where all the others are HO-scale smoke unit. So the smoke unit comes back with a reading of 132. And their smoke units are defaulted as on when you power it up. So 132 minus 128 is 4. 4 corresponds to bit 2, and that is programming while moving is enabled or disabled. Now when you read the Shay's CV number comes up as 196. Now doing the math, that's 128 for bit 7, 64 for bit 6, and 4 for bit 2. Except the book says the Shays, because they're N-scale, they're defaulted to off, yet the CV says they're defaulted to on. So people are putting these things on thinking that they're off, and I've been hearing a lot of smoke unit issues. So I have a letter, actually I have 2 letters into BLI in 2 different ways, asking, can you confirm, am I doing this the right way? You know, decoding the CV into the bits and stuff like that. Because on one hand, the HO units, it says if you want to default the smoke unit to off, set it to 0. But really, it should say 4. Because the smoke unit is 127 and you have the remaining 4. It also says the stock setting should be 128, and it's not, it's 134 or 132. So I have both units hard switched off underneath the loco because I don't want to burn the unit out if it's the wrong setting. Something tells me the actual setting should be only 69. As for fluid, I would not use anything but Mega Steam. It is really good stuff. And it comes in a bunch of different scents, flavors, from wood stove to oil smoke to coal smoke to wood smoke, campfire, cinnamon mini buns, you know, candy cane, pine tree, just have a bunch of different stuff. But once I get an answer back about the shays, I'm gonna figure out how to finally use them, because honestly I don't think I like the N-scale shay at all, or the N-scale smoke units at all, because they're a timed unit. The HO one, you turn it on and you turn it off. The N-scale ones, you hit the button and it's a timed for whatever the setting is. But again, my first unit, they sent me a new unit. They're little dinky things. Oh, here it is. This is the whole smoke unit in the shays. That's it. It just pops in and out. And something tells me, because the setting was wrong, I was running it thinking the smoke unit was off, but it was actually on, so this one actually malfunctioned. I like burned it up. So I turned it off on the new one, the refurb one, until I get an answer, because I don't want to burn that one up too. Once I get that settled, I'll be able to get the settings down to where it's gonna smoke pretty good. I've refined all my settings and shit for all my locomotives. You know, custom sound settings, custom smoke settings. I just realized I was too far away from the mic again. The ES44 Western Maryland Heritage Unit, the 2025 Club locomotive, also smokes. But again, I have questions on that, because the little smokestack is supposed to be able to come off where you can drop the drips through, but I can't seem to get mine off. So the only alternative would be to drip it through the plastic venting, and I don't want to do that. Yeah, I still got to learn to do it on that. I can do it on some of the steam engines. Shaving a haircut. Can I do it on the shay? Nope. I did that wrong. Nope, I did it wrong again. Yeah, no, can't do it on the Shay. I've seen Southern Pacific 280s, whether it was a C8, I don't know. I never paid attention to classes until lately on this layout. Southern Pacific. I know BLI came out with 2 different runs of the 280. I don't know if any of them were Southern Pacific, and again, I don't know what the classes were. But it's something to look into. Maybe it's there. I don't know. I'd like to get one of the 280s at one point, because it's a smaller locomotive. Everything I have is big. Hudsons, Northerns, Challengers. I have a Great Northern, or Chicago Great Northern, no, Chicago Great Western switcher. But that's the only switcher I've had. Oh, that one, the 45 tonner. Yeah, that one broke. It was a Bachmann. But they were the only ones that did a 45 tonner, and I custom did it up as the Fox River and Aurora. It's actually a real locomotive that ran through Elgin, Illinois. Currently still running, although not in the same paint job. Ugly ass paint job now. Orange and with a black stripe. I would love to be able to find another one and swap out its mech, and then take it all and have it DCC sounded. But then it runs into, it's still a Bachmann. I mean, then again, I only paid $50 for that sucker. Back one, and that was DCC. A DCC no sound for 50 years. No, it was $69. Because I also got the 060 Porter. But that turned out to be just a shit engine. It didn't pull... It could barely pull 2 cars, let alone a train. The AHM stuff is solid. For your layout loss, you want to go look at Model Railroader HQ. It's all the old stuff. AHM, Mantua, Tyco, stuff like that. But it's all been taken apart, refurbished to brand new. And he'll even DCC sound, or DCC/DCC sound it if you want to have that option added. I'm about to order from them soon. I'm going to buy an engine, but I'm going to take it to my guy and have him DCC it. Being I already have lock sound, and I got to get the lock sound programmer anyway. I don't want to go with anything in this locomotive besides lock sound. Have a good one, man. Having two shades on the layout at once is kind of boring. I'll have to remember next time to break them up. Honestly, I'll be ending this stream at like 1. So in roughly 28 minutes, I'm going to call it. Speaking of, I'm going to go take a walk again. it's rough for me because I'm actually sitting on a bed while my butt is cushioned. Just having to sit up this whole time is rough. I got knee problems, deteriorating cartilage in both knees that I got to deal with. You know, my legs get stiff, and then my back starts hurting because I was crushed by pipe back in the day. Yeah, that's how I'm sitting right now, with feet on the floor. I'd much rather be in my bed with the back up and the feet up, but I can't talk on the mic then. Or can I? Can I move the mic? No, I'm not gonna. Damn, how's the weather up there, man? Jesus, 6'6". I'm only like 6'1", 6'2", and depending on what convenience store I'm walking out of, 5'8". I'm actually happy I got to run Big Chungus for more than just a couple minutes. Yep, that's who said it, Ron White. I know it was one of those four. I couldn't remember who. Man, I loved Ron White. He was great. Yeah, they broke a stool over my thigh. Or something to that effect. Okay, one of my engines don't have a funnel in its box. Somehow I got two funnels in my container. I should only have one. So now I got to go through each and every box and find out which one doesn't have the damn funnel so I can put it back in there. Oh, that's right. It all started off with that. I was drunk in public. I wasn't drunk in public. I was drunk in a bar. They threw me in public. Arrest them. Middle lane. Frisco. I want to say an Athern. Let me go look at the box. Yeah, Athern. Ooh, damn, yeah, that is rough. I only did my back once. Are we having fun yet? The worst break I ever did, I was in high school. It was like second period. This chick pissed me off so bad. I felt myself make a fist, and the next thing I know, I was just kicking the wall. I went and kicked the wall instead of just punching this bitch out. She was that annoying. Oh man, did I bust my foot. And I walked on it for the rest of the fucking day. After school, I went into the ER and found out, yep, I shattered my foot. Showed up late to work. Got to work, I kneeled on a chair all damn day and just scooted around the pet shop because I worked at a pet shop at the time. Yes, I have. I'm debating on whether or not I want to try one of those yet. I don't necessarily like wireless shit. And that has to be wireless. Oh, worldwide? Okay, so it's either Petco or PetSmart. Worked for both. PetSmart was worse. Petco was pretty good. PetSmart is just a pile of crap. They give you these books to study and shit. And the angelfish needs a pH of 8.0. The neon tetra needs a pH of 8. Everything needs a pH of 8.0. And no, that's not right at all. Who the hell wrote this fucking book? They ended up firing me though, because I would say, this is what Petco says to tell you, that it needs this, this, and this. This is what it really needs. This, this, and this. Oh yeah, well they tried to do that with me. I said, fine, I want $50 more an hour. I'm here to sell fish. I'm not here to entertain frickin' snot-filled rugrats. I remember, oh God, so it was like the first week at Petco I was working, and they had those Mars systems, the fish tanks, 3 tiers of tanks, and the filter was underneath. So I'm underneath. I was able to shimmy between the bottom of the tank and the top of the filter. I'm underneath the tank up to my waist. The cashier comes over, hey new guy, they need help over here. I didn't even get out. I said, do you see where I am? I'm not getting out. I'm finishing my job. If they really need help, you can go help them. She went and told the boss. Boss ends up yelling at me, and I explained exactly. I brought the boss over, and I literally did exactly what I did. This is the position I was in when she asked for help. She goes, are you serious? She didn't say you were underneath the tanks. She said you were just standing around. I'm like, no. I'm underneath the tank trying to do something behind the tanks. Because we couldn't walk behind the tanks. They were up against the wall. I ended up getting her fired though. Not because of that. She was acting as a vet from the store. She worked at a vet part-time and she worked at our store part-time. She would take medications from the vet place and give them to the animals at the store. And I asked, I'm like, dude, since when do we, when can we give medications? Well, then it wasn't Petco or PetSmart. They got grooming, but they don't got vets in them. I don't know what the hell pet shop that would be. It's not a chain, though. At least not here. But yeah, but anyway, I asked them, like, you know, why da-da-da-da-da, she's giving medication, where the hell is she getting this medication? They ended up calling her work and find, oh yeah, we've been We didn't know where the hell our medication was going. We just keep missing. It keeps coming up missing. She was stealing it. She got fired from both places. It was great. Oh, you know what? Banfield, yeah. See, when I worked at PetSmart, they didn't have that. All they had was a grooming. They didn't have a vet yet. But I do remember my parents taking their dogs to Banfield. And it was at PetSmart. I forgot they had that.